Hello everyone. Welcome to the analysis of the GS Paper 3 Indian Economy for the Mains 2025. In this particular video analysis, I will be covering the discussion of all the 8 questions which are asked with respect to Indian economy. But before taking up the questions individually for the discussion, let me just tell you as to what was the pattern of the economy this time in terms of its weightage as well as the weightage given to different pillars within the Indian economy. So generally, if you observe the pattern and trend in terms of GS paper 3, it is normally observed that out of 250 marks in paper 3, 100 marks is allocated to Indian economy. And the same pattern has continued even in this year mains examination. Secondly, out of that 100 marks asked from Indian economy, the most dominant theme or the pillar is generally the agriculture, wherein almost like 50 marks are asked from those 100 marks from the agriculture sector itself. And as you can see in this year mains as well, almost 50 marks have been asked from the pillar of agriculture, land reforms, food processing, as well as PDS. However, there was not a single question from infrastructure and investment. So these are the 8 questions from the Indian economy. So if you look at the pattern of the Indian economic questions, right? Usually the first 4 10 marker and the first 4 15 marker questions, they are from Indian economy in the GS paper 3. So let's have a look at the first question related to the distinguish between Human Development Index and the Inequality Adjusted Human Development Index with special reference to India. And the second part of the question is, why is Inequality Adjusted Human Development Index a better indicator of inclusive growth? When you look at this question, it is related to the syllabus of inclusive growth, and almost a same type of question was asked in mains 2019 with respect to the inequality. As far as the current context is concerned, I hope you must have heard about the World Inequality Lab report. According to this particular report, the top 1% of the Indians, the richest Indians, they account for 40% of the wealth and 23% of the income. The report further goes on to highlight that in terms of income distribution, India is the most unequal country in the world. That is what the report had highlighted. So there was a kind of debate about the rising inequality in India, and that is why this question was asked in the mains examination. So if you want to write answer to this particular question, there are basically 2 dimensions that you have to incorporate in the body of the answer. The first part is difference between Human Development Index and Inequality Adjusted HDI. That will be the first part. The second part of the body of the answer is you have to elaborate as to why IHDI is a better indicator for inclusive growth. So those are the 2 parts. So let's discuss as to what you can write in the body of the answer. See, as far as body of the answer is concerned, you can prepare a kind of a table. This table can actually highlight the difference between HDI and IHDI in terms of certain important differences. For example, as you can see in this particular table, both these 2 indices are measured by UNDP. But HDI measures the average achievement of a country in terms of 3 indicators, which include education, Second one is life expectancy, that is health. And the third one is the standard of living. And to measure that standard of living, we take into account the per capita gross national income. So it measures what is the average achievement of a particular country. The word which is important is average. So when you look at the HDI value, right, the HDI value is calculated as average, the geometric mean of these three indicators. So if a particular country has a high HDI value, it means such a country has a higher average achievement in terms of these three indicators. On the contrary, if the HDI value is low, we would say the country has a low average achievement in terms of these indicators. On the other hand, when you look at inequality adjusted HDI, you can see that it is taking the same three parameters which are used for calculation of HDI, which is once again education, health, as well as standard of living. But when it is taking into account these three parameters, understand that it is not looking at the average achievement of a country. Rather than looking at the average achievement, it is looking at to what extent there is inequality in terms of access to education, inequality in terms of health, that is life expectancy, and third, inequality in terms of standard of living. So rather than average achievement, it is looking at the inequality in terms of these three parameters. Apart from that, it is also measuring the extent of loss in the Human Development Index due to inequality. So what is this loss in HDI due to inequality? Let me just give you a particular example. So let's say now a particular person is living, let's say his life expectancy is somewhere around 95 years. Whereas on the other hand, there is another person who has lived only for 35 years. So what HDI will see is, HDI will look at the average life expectancy. So average life expectancy would be like 95 plus 35 divided by 2. That is how it will measure. But what IHDI will do is, it will measure the inequality in terms of life expectancy. And why I am saying that it is lost to HDI is because, understand, if this particular person dies early at the age of 35, can I say that this particular person is unable to reach to his potential? Can we say that this particular person, in a way, fails to realize the potential to live up to 95 years or up to the average number of years, right? So that is why we call this as loss to HDI. So it also says how much is the loss in the Human Development Index. So once again, this is measured as a geometric mean of the three inequality adjusted indicators. And how should you interpret the IHDI value? If IHDI value and HDI value, you don't have to worry as to how they are calculated, but if these two values are exactly the same, it means in such a country there is no inequality at all. On the other hand, if IHDI value is lower than HDI, it means that such a country has inequality. And understand, greater the difference between IHDI and HDI, we would say higher the inequality in terms of these three indicators. Example being, let's say there is a particular country whose HDI value, let's say there are two countries. For these two countries, the HDI value is equal to 0.50. But for country X, the IHDI value is 0.40. And for country Y, the IHDI value is, let's say, 0.25. Like I said, lower the value of IHDI in comparison to HDI value. HDI value is same for both the countries X and Y. But if you compare X and Y, the IHDI value of Y is much lower as compared to IHDI value of X. It means country Y has more inequality as compared to the country X. That is how you need to interpret the IHDI value. Now, as far as the significance, like the reference to India is concerned, the Human Development Index report places India in the medium human development category, and India is placed at 130th place out of 193 countries. So that is the HDI value. On the other hand, when you see our IHDI value, it is 0.475. Can you see? There's a gap. 0.685 and that is 0.475. IHDI value is lower. It means since both are not equal, there is inequality in terms of education, health, and standard of living. The report further highlights that in India, there is 30% loss in the Human Development Index due to inequality. And it also says the same thing which has reiterated by World Inequality Lab, that is top 1% of the Indians account for 23% of the income, which shows there is high level of income inequality. This should be there in your answer. So this, because the question says with special reference to India, this part should be incorporated. Now coming to the second part of the question as to why is IHDI better indicator of inclusive growth. Just try to understand the definition of inclusive growth according to United Nations Development Program, UNDP. According to UNDP, inclusive growth is a process as well as outcome where all the sections of people have participated in the process of growth and have equitably benefited from it. So when I see participation of the people, what are we referring to? The process. And equitable benefit is what? Outcome. So that is the definition of inclusive growth. So if you know the definition of inclusive growth, you can easily write as to why IHDI is a better indicator for inclusive growth. For example, the first point that you can write is, think of HDI value. HDI value measures the average achievement of a country in terms of these three indicators. Because it is taking into account average achievement, it may not take, or it may fail to account for income inequalities or inequalities in terms of education and health. But for inclusive growth, what is important? That all the sections of people should participate and all the sections of people should benefit equitably from it. So the problem with HDI is it fails to take into account inequalities. It might so happen that there is a country whose HDI value is high, yet such a country may have higher inequalities which fails to get captured under HDI. So that is the first point that you need to highlight. The second point is you should also highlight that IHDI value says how much is the inequality. Can I say that greater the inequalities in terms of those three indicators, it means the ability of the people to participate in the process of growth will get affected. Imagine if there is a inequalities in terms of education and health, people will not be able to contribute or participate in the process of growth. Same way, inclusive growth is also about equitable benefit. Even that is captured under the IHDI value because it takes into account how much is the loss due to income inequality. So that is a second thing. Third, now this is very interesting. What you should know is when we say inclusive growth, right? There are number of salient features of inclusive growth. But one of the most critical aspect of inclusive growth is incidentally, and I would rather say paradoxically, it is GDP growth. It is being said, unless you don't have a higher GDP growth rate, you cannot have inclusive growth. How so? Increase in GDP growth means more mobilization of resources for the government. Government will have more money. More money means government can spend it on the welfare of the people. As the government spends on the welfare of the people, people's education, health, sanitation, housing, people's ability to contribute to process of growth will increase. So the most critical aspect is GDP growth. And it is being said, if there is high inequality in a country, in the long run, it might affect the GDP growth. How? Let's see this. If there is high inequality in a country, we can say that there is concentration of wealth. More wealth is concentrated in the hands of richer people, which means these richer people will save more money. When I say save more money means I'm saying percentage of the income which they earn, right? Percentage of income which they earn, more amount is saved, and the demand for goods and services will reduce. Imagine like this, savings increase, but there is no demand. So this will discourage investment. And if the investment is not made, it will lead to low job creation and low human capital formation. And lower human capital formation will in turn lead to income inequality or inequality in terms of these three indicators. So if a country has higher inequalities, it is like saying a country is falling into a kind of vicious cycle. So IHDI measures how much is the inequality, and if you know the inequality, we can address the inequality so that we can have a long-term higher GDP growth rate in the future. And last and most important, when we have IHDI value of different countries, it facilitates cross-country comparison of the countries in terms of income, in terms of inequalities. The best example is according to Human Development Report 2025, both India and Bangladesh have the same HDI value. Both India and Bangladesh are placed at 130th rank. But can you see, Bangladesh IHDI value is higher than India. What did I say about IHDI? I said lower the IHDI value, higher the inequalities. Which means if we compare India and Bangladesh, our inequality as such is lower as compared to Bangladesh, which means there is higher inequalities in India. There is higher loss to HDI due to inequalities. So that is what you can write in your answer. So let's see how should you structure the answer in terms of intro, body and conclusion. As far as the intro is concerned, in the introduction, you can mention the definition of inclusive growth, followed by highlighting that inclusive growth can be measured by number of indicators. Prominent among them are HDI and IHDI. That is what you can mention in your introduction. See, what you're doing is, in the introduction, you're ending with saying that both HDI and IHDI can be used to measure inclusive growth, right? So, in the body of the answer, focus on the first part, difference between HDI and IHDI value. Then, focus on the second part, that is why IHDI is a better indicator. I gave you some 3 to 4 points. Those 3 to 4 points you need to write. And then, you can make a passing reference to what is the problem with IHDI. The biggest problem with IHDI is it fails to take into account multiple deprivations faced by a individual. Like what I'm trying to say here is IHDI value will say how much is the inequality in terms of education, how much is inequality in terms of health, how much is the inequality in terms of standard of living. But can I say in a country like India, a person may have all the three inequalities, right? So let's say there is a woman in the rural area who is illiterate, whose health status is quite poor and income is lower. Such a woman in the rural areas is having these multiple deprivations, right? But is IHDI able to capture that multiple deprivation faced by one single individual? Obviously not. So you can just make a passing reference. And then when you conclude the answer, you could write here that indeed IHDI is a better indicator to measure inclusive growth. However, to get a comprehensive picture about inclusive growth, IHDI must be complemented by other indicators. What are those other indicators? Probably multidimensional poverty index, global hunger index, etc. So when it is complemented with other indicators, we'll get a comprehensive picture about the extent of inequality in India. So which will in turn facilitate evidence-based policy making and help us move towards the vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. So that is how you need to write an answer to this particular question. So let's move to the second question now. Look at this question. The question says, what are the challenges before the Indian economy when the world is moving from free trade and multilateralism to protectionism and bilateralism? How can these challenges be met? This question is related to your syllabus of LPG. So in your syllabus, you have a line, industrial policy and LPG. So it is specifically related to LPG. And why was this question asked? Because if you have read the theme of this year's economic survey, the economic survey had highlighted about a problem which is called as geo-economic fragmentation. What is this geo-economic fragmentation? So let's say all of you have heard about globalization. Globalization refers to free flow of goods, services, investment, people. It also led to development of global supply chains. And all of this free flow of goods, services, investment, people, and development of supply chains, this has taken place based upon the economic criteria or the economic efficiency. But the economic survey has highlighted that globalization is now giving way to what is called as geo-economic fragmentation. What is this geo-economic fragmentation? Basically, when you see now under the geo-economic fragmentation, the flow of goods, services, investment, people, and supply chain, this is not determined or this is not based on economic factors. This is determined based upon geopolitical and strategic considerations. Let me just give you an example to highlight this. Earlier, let's talk about US and China. US and China did not have very good friendly relations, right, in the past. In spite of not having good friendly relations with one another, there was flow of goods, services, investment between US and China. Because of what factor? Economic factor. Now, for example, think of US. It was costly to manufacture goods in US, right? So what US companies used to do, they used to set up their manufacturing bases in China. And from China, the US used to import the goods. So on one hand, US and China did not have friendly relations, yet the trade between these two countries was thriving because of globalization. But now, there is restriction on the flow of goods, services, investment, and people. And that is not guided by economic efficiency now. It is more so guided by how friendly the countries are with one another. That is seen in terms of, let's say, the US China trade war, or in terms of Russia Ukraine war, right? Russia-Ukraine war, we have imposed sanctions on Russia. Similarly, now with respect to flow of investment, right? US has come up with what is called as Inflation Reduction Act. Under this Inflation Reduction Act, US government is giving subsidies to its companies so that the companies can relocate back from China back to US. Inflation Reduction Act. So it is basically to increase the production of solar panel cells, electric batteries, electric vehicles, and so on, which we call it as onshoring. Inflation Reduction Act. Same way, EU has come up with EU Chips Act so that the companies relocate back to EU to manufacture semiconductors. So now the global economy, as rightly pointed out in the question, is moving towards protectionism and bilateralism. In this context, you are required to highlight what are the challenges and how should India address those challenges. So I would say if someone has read economic survey of this year, they would have written a very good answer to this particular question. For example, here I have already highlighted what is geo-economic fragmentation, and you can see that in terms of trade restriction, capital flow, reorganization of supply chains like China Plus One strategy, supply chain resilience initiative, rising protectionism, and all of this is taking place because of COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical tensions, economic nationalism, weakening of multilateral institutions like World Trade Organization, and so on. So now you are required to highlight what are the challenges and how should India address those challenges. So what you should do here is, we can see IMF has carried out a detailed study as to what could be the impact of the geo-economic fragmentation. IMF has highlighted that based upon how much a country is integrated with the global economy, the loss a country can face because of geo-economic fragmentation could be in the range of 0.2 to 7% of the GDP. That's a range, 0.2 to 7%. So what could be the challenges before India? Number one, falling global trade. Can I say that now India might find it more difficult to pursue a export-led model because of the tariff tensions with USA, because of rising protectionism in EU in the form of carbon border adjustment mechanism or EU's deforestation regulations. Same way, India might find it difficult to import critical minerals. The recent example being China has imposed a ban on export of rare earth magnets, right? So what should India do to counter this? Number one, we must diversify our trade, both in terms of destination as well as products. For example, in terms of products, it is being said just 10% of our top 10 products from India they account for 80% of our exports, which means our export basket is highly concentrated. So we need to diversify our export basket. Same way, we have to leverage FTAs. Example being the India-UK FTA. We should sign more FTAs. Because we need critical minerals, we need to have energy deals with countries such as Argentina, Chile. You must have heard of an organization called as Kabil. So Kabil should secure the rare earth minerals. And we must also invest in more research and development to ensure more resilience. Same way, you could highlight about cross-border flows for India. With respect to cross-border flows, now countries are imposing restrictions on free movement of Indians to other countries like H1B restrictions. For that, how it is going to affect? When a lot of people migrate to other countries, India's soft power in other countries increases. Second, our IT companies make more profit. Third, we get more remittances. All of this is likely to be affected in future. So what we must do is whenever we sign a FTA, we must push for easier movement of Indian professionals. For example, with India-UK FTA, we have signed an agreement called as Double Contribution Convention Scheme, which in a way facilitates easier movement of Indians to UK. Other things like we should explore alternate markets, and our IT companies, which are so far based on staffing, they must diversify to high-end technology like AI, then IoT, and so on. Same thing you can mention with respect to cross-border capital flow or with respect to international payment system, right? Then you can write with respect to forex reserves. And finally, with respect to public goods. So what you should do, in your body of the answer, you must clearly highlight what are the specific challenges and then how those specific challenges needs to be addressed. That is the strategies. This is how you can do. In fact, in the because it's a 10-marker question, right? You can actually incorporate a table highlighting challenges on one side and the strategies on the other. Now let's see how do you structure the answer to this particular question. As far as this question is concerned, what you can do here is you can start with the theme of this year's economic survey. Like, economic survey has highlighted that the global economy is shifting from globalization to geo-economic fragmentation. And you can define what is geo-economic fragmentation, which is basically the reversal of economic integration due to strategic and geopolitical considerations. And then in the body of the answer, before you go on to write the challenges and strategies in the tabular format, before that, you can highlight what are the characteristics of geo-economic fragmentation. Remember, I told you some characteristics, right? And you can also give some specific examples like Inflation Reduction Act or EU's Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, the deforestation regulation. So those kind of things you need to incorporate. Only then you will be able to do a value addition to your answer. After writing the challenges, what should be the conclusion? Conclusion you can directly pick up from economic survey. You know, the economic survey has highlighted that, you know, when in the past, when the countries were growing, let's say countries like Japan, China, US, when they were growing rapidly from a middle income country to a upper middle income country or a higher income country, it is being said that the global economy was in favor. They could easily export goods, they could easily import critical raw materials, they could easily encourage investment from other countries, right? And that is one of the reasons why these countries were able to grow so rapidly in the past. However, unfortunately, when India wants to become Viksit Bharat, the stars are not aligned in India's favor. So obviously we cannot rely on the global economy to push our growth like what other countries have done. So we have to look inward. We have to focus on domestic levers of the economy. And what are those domestic levers? Consumption expenditure, investment. And to give a fillip to these domestic levers, we have to go for systematic deregulation. That is what economic survey has highlighted. So that is what you can say as highlighted by economic survey. The promise of shared benefits from a globalized world may be behind us. Hence, India needs to focus on domestic levers through factor market reforms. That is systematic deregulation. Factor market reforms means reforms in terms of factors of production, that is land, labor, capital and entrepreneurship to become Viksit Bharat. So that is how you could write an answer to this question. Now, as far as the answer enrichment is concerned, I generally ask the students to keep this framework in mind. BCCDEF, budget, case studies, committees, diagrams, economic survey and facts. So whenever you write an answer in the mains, just try to recollect how you can do the value addition to the answer by using this particular framework. So as far as this is concerned, you could use case studies, which I have already highlighted. You could use a diagram here of geo-economic fragmentation. Directly you can use a theme of economic survey. And as far as the fact is concerned, like I said, you could use this particular fact, that how much is the extent of loss due to geo-economic fragmentation, which is highlighted by IMF. That is how you need to write an answer. Let's move to the next topic. The next topic is explain the factors influencing the decision on the farmers on the selection of high value crops in India. Number one, if you see, this question is related to the topic of agriculture, more specifically the topic of cropping pattern in India. And in the previous year mains, that is in mains 2023, you had almost a similar question about how changes in consumption pattern and marketing conditions is influencing the cropping pattern in India. But here you are more focused on high value crops. And why this question is asked? Because there is a need to promote crop diversification. So it is being said that rice and wheat alone account for 38% of area, net sown area in agriculture. And on more than 50% of our agricultural land, we are just growing one crop, which might be a low value crop. So obviously we need the farmers to shift to high value crops. But the most important thing is, how do you define a high value crop, right? If you look at the government website, that is PIB, Press Information Bureau, according to Press Information Bureau, when we say high value crops, understand we are referring to two things. That is horticulture, and second, according to Dalwai panel, it also includes horticulture plus. And when we say horticulture, it includes fruits, it includes vegetables, it includes flowers, it includes spices, it includes plantation crops like tea, coffee, rubber, and it also includes medicinal and plantation crops. So please do understand that horticulture does not just include fruits and vegetables. It actually includes 6 different crops. And when we say horticulture plus, even within the horticulture, there are some crops for which the farmer may get a much higher price. Example of that is cashew, cocoa, mushroom, etc. So that is horticulture plus. So the first thing you need to know is what is high value crop. Second, how do you distinguish a high value crop from a normal crop? It is being said that high value crop, number one, have a higher yield. For example, for high value crop like horticultural crops, the yield is somewhere around 12.5 tons per hectare. This is the yield for high value crops. On the other hand, for food grains, the yield is somewhere around 2.25 tons per hectare. So the first thing to distinguish a high value crop from normal crop is yield. And second thing is in terms of market price. So usually the high value crops, they fetch a much higher market price for the farmers as compared to the normal crops. Now these are the basic things. But look at this word. This word says selection. What is the word selection here means? Please do not interpret the question like this, that the farmer is required to choose between, let's say, food grains versus high value crops. Now, this is not what is the question asking. You should not answer the question in terms of, why a farmer will go for high value crops and not for food grains. That is not the question. Instead, here the question is on selection of high value crops. I have mentioned all the high value crops, fruits, vegetables, flowers, and all those things, right? So, what factor will determine whether a farmer will cultivate flower as compared to fruits? Or what factor will determine whether a farmer will go for plantation crops as compared to, let's say, fruits? So that you have to write. So within high value crop, how will the farmer decide between the high value crops? That is the demand of the question. It's not food grains versus high value crop, but it is within the high value crops. So let's understand all the factors one by one. So what I have basically done is, in agriculture, whenever you want to generate points, especially with respect to cropping pattern, or let's say with respect to doubling farmers' income, or for that matter, anything in agriculture, always think in terms of three broad parameters. That is input, output, and market. And when you say input, what are the agricultural inputs? Land, water, labor, technology, credit. So you have 5. So for all of those inputs, write 1 point each. So you have 5 points. With respect to marketing, you can have around 4 to 5 points. With respect to productivity, you could have 1 or 2 points. So you can add, you'll have easily 10 points to write in the answer. How? I'll just show you that. Just see. Factors related to inputs. Let's talk about land. In India, let's say there's a farmer who is owning a fragmented land, a small land holding. Can I say that such a farmer is quite poor? Because the farmer is poor, the farmer has to get income faster. To earn income faster, the farmers who are small and marginal, they go for short duration high value crops. The best example of short duration high value crop is flowers. So this year's economic survey, as you can see, it has highlighted that 90% of floricultural cultivation is done by marginal farmer. So generally, small and marginal farmers will go for short duration high value crops. Whereas large farmers who have much larger land holding, because they are rich, they can wait for long time before they harvest the high value crop. So generally, these large farmers may go for, let's say, the long duration high value crops or the crops which have a longer gestation period. That is what I have highlighted. With respect to water, it is generally seen that in areas where there is abundance of water, there they cultivate water intensive high value crops. Best example, banana. It is one of the high value crop, yet it requires more water. So that is why banana is predominantly grown in states like Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. On the other hand, in the areas where we require less, where the water availability is less, that is like dryland areas, there we are growing grapes with drip irrigation. Example being the dryland areas of Maharashtra. Same way, with respect to skilled labor, you could mention that in the areas around Bangalore, where there is availability of skilled labor, there the farmers are focusing on cultivation of exotic vegetables because they need more skilled, like broccoli and lettuce. Climate factor is also equally important. That is why 90% of saffron cultivation is in Kashmir. Same way, 90% of makhana cultivation comes from Bihar because these areas are suitable for cultivation of saffron and makhana respectively. Same thing you could mention with respect to credit. Like if the farmers are getting short-term credit, they'll go for short duration crops. If the farmers are getting long-term credit, they'll go for longer gestation crops. Same way, with respect to yield, farmers will also decide on those high value crops where they think the yield is higher. Example, I hope you must have heard about the Sahyadri FPO, right? Sahyadri FPO in Maharashtra is cultivating a unique grape variety called as Ara. This Ara grape variety is from California. So here what is the selection? What is the factor? Yield. Next, with respect to marketing, you could see higher the demand for a particular high value crop, higher will be the cultivation. Example, the area under turmeric cultivation in India has increased by a whopping 450% since 1951. Similarly, there is increase in the area under cultivation of cashew and cocoa because of the increasing demand. You can write about MSP, like Kerala government is declaring MSP for fruits and vegetables. That has encouraged the farmers to grow more fruits and vegetables in Kerala. In states like Punjab, which have a separate law to promote contract farming, there the area under cultivation of fruits and vegetables has increased. It being said, you'll be surprised to hear, in fact, that in the last 1 decade, the area under fruits and vegetables in Punjab has increased by 42%. And it is thanks to contract farming. So availability of contract farming also decides on the selection of crop, right? Like which particular crop the food processing industry is procuring. Development of food processing industry will also lead to development of specific crops. For example, there is a mega food park in India. It is called as Srini Mega Food Park. It is located in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Because of development of this mega food park, Chittoor district in Andhra Pradesh has gone on to become India's largest fruits and vegetable cluster. Then you can say about export potential. Like I have already given this example of floriculture. It has a very high export potential. Then if the prices of high value crops is very volatile, farmers will be discouraged from cultivating those crops. Example being tomato, onion and potato. So what have you done here? You just thought like this: inputs, productivity and marketing. And under each of this, you have around 4 to 5 points, except for productivity, you have only one. So you can see totally you have 12 points. And because it's a 10 marker question, even if you are not been able to write all the 12 points, let's say if you write around 6 to 7 points also, that is more than sufficient. Okay. So that is about the factors influencing. So now, how should you structure the answer? See, because the question is about high value crop, your introduction should start with defining what is a high value crop. So here in the introduction, you could write high value crops include horticultural crops, I said 6 types, as well as horticultural plus. And how do you differentiate these crops? I told you in terms of yield and market price. So these crops yield higher market value and returns per unit area, which I said 12.5 tons per hectare as compared to food grains. Then in the body of the answer, part 1, you can explain the factors influencing the decision of the farmers. After that, you can make a passing reference to some of the initiatives taken by the government to promote high value crops. Like you could mention the initiatives like Mission for Integrated Development for Horticulture, Clean Plant Program, Clean Development Program, and so on. And then once you highlight all of this, as far as conclusion is concerned, like we keep saying, if you're writing an answer on agriculture, do not fail to mention Dalwai panel. So you could conclude your answer with the observations of Dalwai panel, which says, if you shift towards high value crop, income of the farmers can increase by rupees 80,000 per year. It can ensure nutritional security, reduce inflation. Look at this, promote Bake in India. Like if you focus more on high value crops, right? It will promote development of food processing industry, which we call it as Bake in India, and thus enable us to fulfill multifaceted objectives. That is how you could write. So you're just saying what is the long-term implication of shift towards high value crops. Let's move to the next question now. So as far as answer enrichment is concerned, I told you B, double C, D, E, F, right? So here we don't have anything from budget. You have case studies, you have a committee, you have diagram, initiatives, economic survey. I told you about floriculture, and fact, the productivity. This 12.5 tons versus 2.25 tons. Okay, let's move to the fourth question. The fourth question here is, elaborate the scope and significance of supply chain management of agricultural commodities in India. So the word which is important is supply chain. And for supply chain, what you should write? Number 1, the scope of supply chain. And second, what is the significance of supply chain? From where is this question asked? In your syllabus, there are 2 lines mentioned. In one place, it says storage, transport and marketing of agriculture produce. And if you see your syllabus on food processing industry, in that syllabus also you have this line mentioned, supply chain management. So from there, the question has been picked up. Apart from that, you can see in Mains 2022, rather than asking you the significance of supply chain management, the question in Mains 2022 was, what are the challenges in the supply chain management? And there, as far as the challenges is concerned, you are required to write the challenges from upstream challenges and the downstream challenges. So let's discuss as to what is the supply chain management in agriculture. I always keep saying to students that whenever you talk about supply chain management, you should think of the first stage where we are procuring agriculture commodities from the farmers to the stage where finally the commodity reaches the end consumer, you will get the entire supply chain. Example of that is like this: procurement first, aggregation, storage and transportation, then value addition, then marketing, and finally reaching the consumer. So when we say scope, this exactly is the scope of supply chain management. For example, when we say procurement, how do we undertake procurement? The procurement is undertaken in the APMC mandis. There are some states in India which do not have APMC Act. Example being Kerala and Bihar. In such states, you have unregulated mandis. Then in the rural areas, you have what is called as Gramin Hats, which are under the control of PRIs, Panchayati Raj institutions. There are some states wherein the farmers have been given the freedom to sell the agriculture produce outside the mandis directly to the private sector. These states include Karnataka, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh. In such states, you will come across private mandis. Procurement can also take place through electronic trading platforms, like everyone knows about eNAM. But in some states like Gujarat, they have also set up private platforms. Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, they have their own private platforms as well. For example, some of the private platforms include in India, like we have Ninja Cart, or you have ITC's eChaupal, or we have another platform called as DHath. So these are the procurement. Then you can see aggregation, storage and transportation. These points you need to write. And when you're writing about storage, please do not fail to mention about negotiable warehousing receipts. That is also equally important. It is part of supply chain management. Then with respect to value addition, you can write 3 types of value addition: primary, secondary and tertiary. Then there's a testing also, testing and certification. For example, if it is a processed food in India, the certification is given by Food Safety Standards and Authority of India. And for organic farming, there are 2 types of certification. One is National Program for Organic Farming Certificate. This certification for organic products is done by APIDA. And this is for the organic products which are exported. Then we have Participatory Guarantee System certification by the National Commission on Organic Farming. And this is for the organic products which are sold in the domestic market. So based upon where you sell the organic products, that is whether you export it or sell it in India, there are 2 types of certification which is also part of our supply chain management. For marketing, we have private labeling. Private labeling means you have a corporate. This corporate procures the agricultural commodities from the farmers, and after procuring it, it puts its own label on it. That is what is private labeling. For example, Reliance Fresh, or let's say Safal. So this is an example of private labeling. Then you have organized and unorganized retail. Unorganized retail is sale through vegetable vendors, fruit vendors, the small kirana stores. Organized retail is through big retail chains in India, which also includes the e-commerce deliveries, the e-commerce platforms like Swiggy, Zomato, Blinkit, and so on. And when we say consumer, from the consumer, when we say scope, now this is very important, inverse fork to farm. When we say inverse fork to farm, basically means here we need to know what is the market price of different agricultural commodities. This market price should then be communicated to the farmer. Once the farmer gets to know as to how much market price is getting for different agricultural commodities, the farmer can then take a informed decision. We call it as fork to farm. Fork here refers to consumer, farm means farmer. So we are studying the market. So based upon the study of the market, we are getting to know which particular crop is in high demand, which particular crop is fetching higher price. Based upon that, the cropping pattern is also getting changed. Take for example, the cultivation of dragon fruit in India, right? So that is also part of supply chain management. Like in case of India, we have a platform called as AgMarkNet. As the name suggests, AgMarkNet, it's a platform, a one-stop platform where you will get to know the prices of all the agricultural commodities. And you could also say it also, scope is also to export, because ultimately we are catering to the consumer. So this is what you need to write about the scope. And when you write the scope, also try to ensure that you give certain specific examples or the case studies like I have shown. As far as significance of supply chain management is concerned, what you can do, you can arrange the significance in terms of procurement, aggregation, storage and transportation, value addition, marketing and consumer. That is how you can arrange. For example, here you can see procurement. You can write these points, like it will reduce the dependence on the farmer. Like if you have a well diversified procurement mechanism where the farmer is not just relying on mandis but is also relying on other things, farmer will have more bargaining power. More bargaining power means the dependence on middlemen will reduce. It will promote agricultural diversification. Like I gave an example, in Punjab, the area under fruits and vegetables has increased by 42% in the last decade. So, higher prices for the farmers. With respect to aggregation, you could mention about reducing post-harvest losses, controlling food inflation, and farmers can use negotiable warehousing receipts to avail credit. Value addition, you could say it can boost secondary agriculture. Secondary agriculture is the term used by Dalwai panel for the food processing industry. He says if you develop food processing industries in rural areas, we can shift workers from agriculture to manufacturing. It can also promote Bake in India with respect to these things. With respect to marketing, private labeling ensures quality of products, growth of organized retail. With respect to consumer, you can write this point, encourages production as per the demand because of inverse folk to farm. And look at this. India is considered to be the largest producer of food grains. Yet, when you look at our exports, India is ranked at 8th place in terms of exports, agricultural exports. India's share in the global export of agricultural commodities is hardly around 2 to 2.5%. So, by boosting our exports, India's share in the global export of agricultural commodities will increase, which will directly benefit our farmers in terms of higher price. So that is the significance which you can write. So I hope you have a lot of points to write, and you must understand it's a 10 marker question, right? So now let's see how should you start the introduction. Because the question is about supply chain management of agriculture commodities, start with the definition of supply chain management and its significance. So you can say it refers to movement of agriculture produce from the farm to the consumers. And if you have a well-developed supply chain management, it can eliminate intermediaries, reduce post-harvest losses, and double farmers' income as highlighted by Dalwai panel. When it comes to the body of the answer, part 1, scope, part 2, significance, And then after writing the significance, you could incorporate a hub and spoke diagram highlighting what are the challenges in the supply chain management. Some of the points that you can write here I have just indicated. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And finally, you can conclude with the strategies to address those challenges. And as far as strategies is concerned, you could write the recommendations of Dalwai panel as well as Supreme Court appointed committee on the farm laws. So some of the strategies that you can write here is bringing agriculture marketing under concurrent list, which is a recommendation of Dalwai panel. High level agriculture marketing council. Supreme Court appointed committee has recommended that just like how you have a GST council to promote center-state coordination, similarly, we need to have a agriculture marketing council to promote center-state coordination for agriculture marketing, giving freedom to farmers, promotion of contract farming, etc. As far as value addition is concerned, we do not have anything from budget, but you have case studies which I have given. You have committees, you have diagram to write the challenges, and you have facts. Like you know about the post-harvest losses, it is around 90,000 crores. I have told you about status of agricultural exports, right? That fact also you can incorporate. So look at the flow. You started with the meaning, then scope, then the significance, and then challenges, and then finally the strategies. That is the flow of this particular answer. Okay, now let's move to the 15-marker question. This question is explain how fiscal health index can be used as a tool for assessing the fiscal performance of the states in India. That's the first part. Second part, how would it encourage the states to adopt prudent and sustainable fiscal policies? So the question has clearly two dimensions. So in the body of the answer, you need to have these two dimensions. Which syllabus does it belong to? It belongs to syllabus of government budgeting. Almost a similar question, but not related to states, but it was with respect to center. This was asked in Mains 2013. Why is this question asked? So you know that the states in India, they are announcing a lot of freebies. When they announce a lot of freebies like free electricity, free water, free laptop, free bicycle, free bus travel, and so on, what happens is, you must understand, these states are essentially borrowing money to fund the freebies. As the borrowing increases, can I say the interest burden of the states will increase? As they will pay more interest, their ability to spend for capital assets will reduce. So that is the biggest problem which has happened in India. Now this is quite important because the states, they account for 2/3 of public expenditure in India, and they account for 1/3 of the total revenue. So the financial position of the states is quite critical in order to promote the long-term sustainable growth. In this regard, Niti Aayog has published a report called as Fiscal Health Index. So let's see, what is this Fiscal Health Index? How it is assessing the fiscal performance of states in India. Okay, we can just see here. This particular index is measuring the fiscal performance of 18 major states in India. And after measuring the fiscal performance, it is ranking those states. To measure fiscal performance, it is taking into account these 5 indicators, indices. First one, we could see here, quality of expenditure. Where are the states spending money? For example, you could see here, total development expenditure divided by total expenditure. So what exactly is development expenditure? See, for the center, the expenditure can be categorized into revenue expenditure as well as capital expenditure. The same classification also exists for the states as well. Apart from this categorization, which is existing at the state level, states also have two types of another type of categorization, that is development expenditure and non-development expenditure. Development expenditure of the states include capital expenditure, and within this RE, revenue expenditure, it includes the money spent by the center, by the states on social welfare like education, health, sanitation, housing, and so on. So can I say this kind of social welfare, though it is a revenue expenditure, maintenance, yet it is a development because we are enhancing human capital formation, right? So even that is considered as a development expenditure. What is non-development expenditure? Non-development expenditure could include interest payments of the states, or it could include the salaries and pensions of the state government. That is non-development expenditure. So how do you know the quality of expenditure of a state? Can we say that we could say the quality of expenditure of a state is good provided it spends more money on development expenditure and less money on non-development expenditure? That is what is captured here. Total capital expenditure divided by GSDP, revenue mobilization, fiscal prudence, debt index, and to what extent the debt of a state is sustainable. So when you're writing the part 1 of the body of the answer, you have to indicate that these are the parameters which are taken into consideration to assess the fiscal performance of the states. That's the first part. Second part, how it is improving the finances of the states. Let's see that. With respect to how it is improving, we can say it is promoting transparency and accountability. The biggest problem in India has been so far that we have a data related to central government finances which we get on a regular basis. But the problem so far was we did not have a data related to state government finances. So you must understand what gets measured gets done. So far we are not measuring it, or we did not have a comprehensive picture. Now we are having a comprehensive picture now. Second, it will promote competitive and cooperative federalism. It will infuse competition among the states. For example, the report has highlighted that the top ranked states in India are Odisha and Chhattisgarh, while Punjab is last. So it will promote competition. It will promote cooperative federalism because it will promote best practices among the states. So if some state has a good fiscal health, we'll ask the other state to follow that particular example. It will nudge the states to improve financial position. For example, when Finance Commission is providing for transfer to the states, one parameter which is taken into consideration by the Finance Commission is tax efforts of the states, that is tax to GSDP ratio. So in future, this can be expanded to include the fiscal health of the states, which will in turn nudge, influence the states to improve the financial position. And you must also say that, the states, they borrow money by issuing SDL, State Development Loan, which is a form of government security. And the coupon rate of that government security or SDL ideally should be based upon the fiscal health of the states, right? So if the fiscal health of the states is poor, what will happen to the coupon rate? It will increase because the risk increases, right? So in a way, it is promoting accountability of the state towards the market, right? Then you can see state-specific insights, increase the quality of expenditure, like more amount of freebies, decrease in committed expenditure. Committed expenditure is same as non-development expenditure, reduce dependence on the transfers. So what I'm basically doing here is, while writing these points, I'm just interlinking to these problems faced by the states. And I'm just trying to show that this fiscal health index can address the problems faced by the states. You can just have a look there, right? Some initiatives are already taken. What initiatives? You can see here: adoption of FRBM Act by the states, abolition of planning commission, introduction of GST, power sector reforms. But you must understand, fiscal health index is only measuring the financial health of the states. Just measuring the financial health of the state is not sufficient. We must also, use some strategies to improve their financial health. For that, you can quote the RBI's report or the RBI's recommendation. So what RBI has recommended is, we must amend the State FRBM Act. By amending the State FRBM Act, we must include the off-budget financing in the debt, which right now is not included in the State FRBM Act. Same way, the FRBM Review Committee, headed by Mr. N.K. Singh, had earlier recommended that we have to have an independent fiscal council for the central government. Similar to that recommendation, RBI has said we need to have an independent fiscal council for each and every state to ensure that the states are complying with the FRBM Act. And lastly, we must implement outcome budgeting. So those are the strategies that you can quote. So that is how you need to write a answer. So because it's a 15-marker question, you need to have a lot of points, right? So there you can see you have 5 points there, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 plus 5, you have 13 points to write, which I think is sufficient enough. So now let's see, how do you structure the answer? As far as the introduction is concerned, in the introduction, I told you that states account for 2/3 of the public expenditure and 1/3 of the total revenue. So mention that, and also highlight that Niti Aayog's fiscal health index covers 18 states. Basically, to assess the fiscal health, that is number 1, identify the gaps and promote best practices. In the body of the answer, what you can do, before you get into the fiscal health index, that is the first part, what it is doing, what parameters it is doing, what you can do, you can just incorporate a hub and spoke diagram that these are the problems in the financial health of the states. Why should you incorporate that? Because you can connect it later, that the above problems can be solved by the fiscal health index. That is how you need to establish the linkage. So problems in the fiscal health index, hub and spoke, some 4 problems you can highlight. Then how it is a tool for assessing fiscal performance, and how it will promote prudent and sustainable practices. You can make a passing reference to initiatives, like we have states have adopted FRBM Act, we have introduced GST, states have introduced power sector reforms. And then finally, you could write the strategies. So look what I mentioned here. Going forward, Niti Aayog's fiscal health index should be complemented, because this is only measuring, it is not bringing about reform, right? So apart from measuring, we should also bring about reform. For that, we need to implement RBI's recommendations. That is what you need to do. And after writing strategies, you can also write implication. Doing so would improve fiscal discipline, leading to long-term economic resilience and equitable development. So that is how you could write an answer to this particular question. As far as answer enrichment is concerned, you don't have anything from budget, but you have case studies with respect to top ranked and bottom ranked states. You have committee, that is RBI. You have diagram with respect to problems in fiscal health, and you have facts which shows how much the states account for in terms of public expenditure and the total revenue. That is how you need to write an answer. Let's move to the next question. The next question is about production linked incentive scheme. Read the question very carefully. The question actually has three parts. Number one, rationale behind PLI, why it is launched. Second, what are its achievements? And third, how to improve its functioning and outcomes, which clearly means in the body of the answer, you need to have three distinct parts. I'll tell you how to generate points here as far as the PLI is concerned. I generally say to the students that if you know how PLI actually works, the working mechanism of PLI, you can easily generate points with respect to the benefits as well as challenges of PLI. And if you know the benefits, right, you can easily write rationale. And if you know the challenges, you can easily write the strategies, right? So let's see here. Mechanism. So PLI, this scheme was launched in the year 2020. Basically to offer financial incentive to companies to increase their production and investment. How does it work? Here, what we do, we first identify the sectors where we think, number one, we require cutting edge technology. Like we require cutting edge technology in semiconductors, advanced chemistry cells, that is advanced electric batteries. So we'll identify the sectors where we need cutting edge technology, or the sectors where India wants to become self-sufficient. Example of that could be like mobile phone or telecommunication, because most of the telecom equipment was imported from China. Pharmaceutical, like within pharma, I hope you must have heard about API, active pharmaceutical ingredients, that was also imported. So we'll identify the sectors where we require more cutting edge technology or where India is not self-sufficient. So accordingly, we have identified 14 such sectors. That's the first step. Then what we do, the government will fix a threshold for the turnover of the company. So when I say fixed threshold for turnover of a company means, government will say only those companies whose turnover, annual turnover is above a threshold level, only those companies will get the benefit of PLI. So understand, PLI in most of the sectors, it is not for MSMEs. It is not for small enterprises. It is for large enterprises. So we will fix a threshold. So not all the companies are eligible, only few companies are eligible. Then for the companies who become part of this PLI, what we do, we will fix the limit on investment as well as production, sales. This limit is set for the next 5 years. So we will say that every year the investment by a company should increase by a certain amount. The production of a company should increase by a certain amount. only when the investment and production both, I'm repeating, both investment and production, if it increases, only then the company will get a benefit. And how much is the benefit? The benefit which the company will get will range from 4% to 7% of the value of the production, or we also say incremental sales of production. That is how much they would get. So this is how the PLI scheme works. So if you know how the PLI scheme works, you can easily write the part 1, that is rationale of PLI scheme. What all points can you write? You should have at least around 7 points to write. So let's see. These are the points that you can write. For example, it will boost our manufacturing sector, whose share in terms of GDP and job creation has remained stagnant. Second, right now in India, we have number of structural problems in manufacturing. Structural problems in terms of land acquisition, absence of skilled workers, higher cost of capital. Because of these structural problems, it is being said, cost of manufacturing a product in India is at least 8% higher as compared to other countries. According to study, it is being said if you want to manufacture a mobile phone in India, it is 8% higher as compared to manufacturing the same mobile phone in China. So obviously companies will not come forward to invest in India. So what we should do is that additional cost which they are incurring, right? We need to offset that cost by giving them incentive. That is what we are doing. We can attract foreign companies exiting China and take advantage of China plus one strategy. We can promote investment in cutting edge technology, ensure Atmanirbhar Bharat, promote global champions. Why? Because we give incentives only to the companies whose turnover is above threshold level. So by doing so, we can create global champions similar to what South Korea has done. So in South Korea, if you look at the biggest companies, the manufacturing companies of South Korea, all of which examples that you know, they are called as chaebols. So we can shift from MSME to large scale manufacturing. We can integrate into global value chains and boost exports. Example is mobile phones. We can offer WTO compliant incentives. WTO says you cannot provide subsidies for exports. Government of India says under PLI, we are not giving subsidy for export. We are giving subsidies to increase production. We are giving incentives to increase production. So that way it is compliant with WTO norms. And you could also say it will boost the MSME sector through forward backward linkage. Forward backward linkage basically means that MSMEs will be able to provide raw materials to the industries that are taking benefit of PLI. Industries taking benefit of PLI will produce product which may become raw material for MSMEs. So that way it will boost the MSME sector. And you can see the biggest achievement. According to the government, the data that we have, since the launch of PLI, it is being said we have made an investment of 1.6 lakh crores, which has led to increase in production of around 14 lakh crores. Exports have increased by 5 lakh crores, and we have created around 11.5 lakh jobs, which is a huge achievement. So you need to quote this data to write about the achievements. Then you can also write some sector-specific achievements which I have highlighted here. Do not fail to mention about Dixon Tech, which is an Indian homegrown company. This company has become India's largest electronic manufacturing services. In fact, Dixon Tech, it has become the contract manufacturer for all the biggest electronic brands that you have heard of globally. Same way, Keynes Semicon. It is a homegrown company which is set to produce India's first packaged semiconductor. Tata Electronics, it has overtaken Wistron, and it has become the first Indian company to assemble iPhones in India. So these are the achievements that you need to write in your answer. But obviously, there are some challenges in PLI. So how to improve the functioning of PLI? Let's see that. Number one, PLI has mostly concentrated on capital intensive sectors. But we also need to focus on labor intensive sectors to promote job creation. So PLI has to be expanded to labor intensive industries so that we are able to create more jobs and reap the demographic dividend. Second, extend the benefit to MSMEs. Now, this is an irony that our manufacturing sector is dominated by MSMEs, where MSMEs right now account for 30% of GDP, 35% of the manufacturing output, yet these MSMEs are unable to avail the benefits under PLI because their turnover is much below the turnover fixed by the government. So how do you ensure that the benefits of PLI is more equitable? Reduce the threshold so that even the MSMEs are able to get benefited. When we provide incentives, like I said, right now, incentive is provided on the value of the product, right? It is provided on the value of the product. It is not provided on the value addition, which means, let's say, there is a mobile phone. Now, we must be importing the critical components of this mobile phone at rupees 97. And then we assemble that particular mobile phone and sell mobile phone at rupees 100. When we give incentive, we are giving incentive on this value of rupees 100. Let's say here we will give incentive, just as an example, 6% of rupees 100. So we'll give incentive of rupees 6. You know what's the problem? The problem here is how much is the value addition which is being done? Value addition here is just 3 rupees. But how much incentive they are getting? They are getting 6 rupees. Just an example to show you what's the problem in the PLI. So the PLI is not promoting deep manufacturing. It is making India as an assembly line rather than deep manufacturing. This is one of the biggest criticism of PLI as highlighted by Mr. Raghuram Rajan. So what we need to do, when we give incentives, we must shift from sales-based approach to value addition. Give incentives based upon value addition, not based upon the sale value. Then you can see, expand the scope of incentives to include even research and development. Like we give incentives based upon production, right? Sometimes there are certain industries which require high-end investment in R&D. For such industries, incentives should also be given based upon research and development. The other things, promote more balanced industrialization, or presently, if you look at the fund utilization of PLI, then this is an irony where in case of PLI, we have allocated money, yet the money is not used up. Just 8% of PLI allocation is used up. The reason is the companies are unable to fulfill the criteria for investment as well as production. So like I said, only when the companies fulfill the criteria for investment and production for the next 5 years, they will be able to get the benefit. But if companies are unable to fulfill the target, they will not get the benefit. So the target is said to be very high. So only few companies are able to meet the target. That is why the utilization factor is quite less. So we need to lower that particular the value of investment and production. Last and most, PLI, though it is launched for 14 sectors, it has found success in only few sectors like mobile, pharma, telecom, and drones. For other sectors, it has not been very successful. So we need to ensure that even other sectors for which we have launched PLI should become successful. That is what you can write as a improvement in the functioning and outcomes. So let's see here. So I told you, body of the answer will have three parts: rationale, achievement, and the improvement in functioning. The introduction could start off with the background. So PLI has been launched to offer financial incentives to boost domestic manufacturing, and it covers 14 sectors. Then body of the answer, rationale behind PLI scheme. Second, achievements. And what I would say, before you go to the next part, that is how to improve functioning and outcome, just make a passing reference to challenges. Probably could incorporate a hub and spoke diagram highlighting challenges. Just around 4 to 5 points you could highlight, so that you are able to link it to the next part, which is the challenges. Sorry, strategies. And finally, when you come to the conclusion, way forward. And look at the way forward. Way forward, PLI scheme has the potential to achieve the goal of Make in India, Make for the World. But you must understand, PLI scheme is not a magic bullet. By offering incentives, we cannot boost our domestic manufacturing. What our domestic manufacturing needs is reforms. So what we should do, whatever limited window of opportunity that we have got under PLI, let's say 5 years, that window of opportunity we should capitalize in order to bring about factor market reforms. That is what I have highlighted. So that is how you could end your answer. As far as the value addition is concerned, you could see here budget, case studies, committees, diagram, economic survey, and facts. All of this should be there in your answer because it's a 15 marker question. Let's move to the next one. The next one here is with respect to groundwater crisis. The question says, examine the factors responsible for depleting groundwater in India, factors responsible for that, and the steps taken by the government for mitigating the depletion of groundwater. It's a 15 marker question. So you need to have at least more than 10 points to write an answer to this question, right? Some points about reasons and the second about initiatives. Why is this question asked? So this question is asked because if you look at the theme of the World Water Day, the theme of the World Water Day was making the invisible visible. It basically means groundwater is invisible. Because it is invisible, we have not been able to even understand or know how much is the extent of groundwater depletion. We are extracting more amount of groundwater. So making the invisible visible means we need to increase the awareness among the people, that is with respect to the extent of groundwater depletion and to promote groundwater recharge. This was the theme of World Water Day. That's the first thing. Second, how should you interpret this question? Should I interpret this question as an environment question or should I interpret this question as an economic question? Like I said, first 4 10 marker and first 4 15 marker are related to economic. So obviously it's an economic question. That's the first. Second, ask yourself, if it is an economic question, groundwater, in which part of the syllabus does it fit into? It does fit into the syllabus of irrigation system. Irrigation, types of irrigation system, right? Apart from that, because it does not say specifically about agriculture, right? So do not take chances. You can just mention 1 or 2 points also with respect to rapid depletion of groundwater table even in the urban areas as well. Just 1 or 2 points, but ensure that you focus more on agriculture. So, with respect to present status of groundwater, it is being said India is the world's largest extractor of groundwater, accounting for 25% of the global groundwater extraction. This is the extent of groundwater which India is extracting. Because of that, the groundwater table has declined by almost 61% in the last few years. So what are the reasons for the groundwater depletion? Let me just show you those points. So these are the points that you should incorporate in your answer. So like I said, most of the points are related to agriculture, but like I said, make a mention about urban areas also, like concretization in urban areas, which makes it difficult for the groundwater recharge. Also mention about this Indian Easement Act. This is the most important point. Indian Easement Act basically says, it's a British era law. This act basically says that if you own a land in India, it says that the water beneath that land is also your private property. So because the groundwater is treated as private property, there is no effective regulation of extraction of groundwater in India, especially in agriculture. So what farmers generally do, they get subsidized electricity, plus the groundwater is a private property, they keep on extracting the groundwater. Getting it? So these are the points that you can write as far as the reasons are concerned. Now with respect to initiatives, because it's a 15-marker question, what you need to do, the initiatives, you can divide the initiatives into institutional support, policy support, central government schemes, Amrut 2.2, separation of feeder line, then state government specific schemes. Like Kerala has come up with a water budget, Punjab has come up with a scheme called as Pani Bachao, Paise Kamao, Bhavantar Bhugtan Yojana for horticulture products. So those points you need to write. So you can easily see you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points there. And you have 1, 2, 3, 4. And under that, you have multiple points. You have easily around 15 to 20 points to write in the body of the answer. And while concluding, you can just write what strategies we need. Like you can say demand side strategies, that is how to reduce the demand for water, or supply side strategies, how to increase the supply of water, and the amendment to the Indian Easement Act. That is how one could write a very good answer as far as the groundwater crisis is concerned. So you can see here the suggested answer structure. So suggested answer structure, present status, highlighting the overexploitation of the groundwater, body of the answer, factors responsible, and then steps taken. But to connect the factors and steps taken, just make a passing reference to the implications of groundwater crisis, like a hub and spoke diagram. In that hub and spoke diagram, you could write food security, drinking water, economic loss, right? And then the final conclusion is this. As highlighted by World Water Day, there is a need to make the invisible groundwater visible. So we need to adopt demand side strategies, supply side strategies, and amendment to the Indian Easement Act. Let's move to the last question now. The last question is a very easy question. It's about the food processing industries in India. Here, if you look at the food processing industries, it says examine the scope of the food processing industries in India, part 1. And part 2, elaborate the measures taken by the government in the food processing industries. So almost a similar question was asked. Elaborate on the scope of food processing industry in India. That dimension has got repeated. Last time it was significance, this time it is the measures. Why was it asked? Because one of the recent context is, obviously it's a static question, but in budget 25-26, the finance minister has announced the setting up of National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management in the state of Bihar. So let's concentrate on the first one, scope. What do you mean by scope of food processing industry? When you say scope, you need to highlight what is the present status of food processing industry. That's the first thing. And second, why do you think the food processing industry is expected to grow in future? These two things, present status and what are the future growth drivers. When you look at the present status, the food processing industries right now, it has a total size of around 2.24 lakh crore. It's a total GVA of the food processing industries in India. And the food processing industry contributes around 8% to the manufacturing GVA and around 8.5% to the agricultural GVA. Apart from that, if you see the growth rate of food processing industry in the previous 9 years, average growth rate is around 6.5% as compared to 4.4% in agriculture. This is the present status. And where should you use this present status? Intro. Because this is loaded with facts. So that is why food processing industry is considered to be one of the sunrise sector. Okay. And what are the future growth drivers? For future growth drivers, what you can do in your answer is divide the drivers into supply side and demand side. When you say demand side, it's like, why do you think the demand for processed food is set to increase? Supply side, why do you think the supply of processed food is set to increase? And understand your best points should be placed at the top. Like I have started here with respect to MPC survey, monthly per capita consumption expenditure survey, which I'm very sure you must have heard of. According to this survey, there's shift in the consumption pattern from cereals to processed food. That's the first point that you need to write. Other points, I think they are self-explanatory. You can look at this: increased demand for nutraceuticals, nutrition plus pharmaceuticals, that is nutraceuticals. Higher export opportunities, demand side. And these are the supply side factors. Just have a look at all the supply side factors. For example, last year's economic survey 23-24 had said that food processing industry is one of the sunrise sector for employment creation. In fact, the same thing was reiterated earlier by Dalwai panel. So these are the supply side factors. The next one is measures. Now this is a real challenge, because with respect to measures, people might be able to recall only few initiatives. Like people may be able to recall PLI for food processing, or for that matter, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana. But understand, it's a 15-marker question. Because it's a 15-marker question, you need to have a lot of points to write the initiatives. So to make your job easy, what I've actually done, I've just categorized like this. Understand, what are the factors of production? The factors of production is entrepreneurship, capital, labor. Under each of these factors of production, I've highlighted some points. Like schemes, though, I hope everyone knows. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, PM formulation of micro food enterprises, PLI scheme, Operation Greens. But people might be able to recall only 3 to 4. How to add value? Look at this. Entrepreneurship. They are removed from licensing. For capital, priority sector status. Cold chain and food parks are included in the harmonized list of infrastructure. If a sector is included in the harmonized list of infrastructure, sector can get credit from the banks easily. That particular sector can easily go for ECB, external commercial borrowing. 100% FDI under automatic route. We have a specialized fund under NABARD. For labor, I have given this example. But still, you might think the points are less. What you could also do is, do not limit yourself to the initiatives of Ministry of Food Processing. Think of the supply chain of food processing. The supply chain of food processing is also including procurement, storage, transportation, value addition. So can I say the government has taken some steps to improve procurement, storage, transportation, value addition? That can also be initiative that you can write here, right? So those points you can write here like this. Promotion of crop diversification. Like PM Asha focuses on pulses and oil seeds, which in a way promotes food processing industry for pulses and oil seeds. UP government is declaring MSP for maize, which can lead to food processing in terms of for the maize products. MSP for fruits and vegetables in Kerala. Bhavantar Bhugtan Yojana for the horticulture products in Punjab. For procurement, you could give these examples. For storage, I hope everyone must have heard about, we have planned to set up the world's largest grain storage plant. So that is how you must try to generate points in the mains, especially when you're short of points. So lastly, let's see the suggested answer structure. The intro is very easy. You could start with the present status, which I have already highlighted. Second, the scope, measures, and then you could make a passing reference to challenges of the food processing industry. Some 4 to 5 challenges you could write. Once you write or once you end the answer with challenges, what you could do? In the conclusion, you could write the strategies and the implication. So look at the statement which I have written here. I have highlighted food processing sector provides vital linkages between the two pillars of the economy, which is agriculture and industry. And hence, it is important for realizing the goals of doubling farmers' income also and Viksit Bharat. So that is why we need to implement these strategies. That is how you could conclude the answer to this particular question. So this is how I have covered all the 8 questions which are asked from the Indian economy. Thank you so much for watching.
So hello everyone. In this segment, we are going to discuss the questions of environment which were asked in the mains of 2025, right? So the first question is, what is carbon capture, utilization and storage? And the second part of the question is, what is the potential role of CCUS in tackling the climate change? Okay, so there are 2 parts, and this, because it is of 10 marks, so it is very easy to write here. So in first part, you have to address what is this carbon capture. Okay, so what is carbon capture? The name itself is suggesting the carbon capture is, see here. Now, one more thing I want to mention here. Whenever the UPSC is asking some questions in the prelims, these areas asked in the prelims become important for your mains. And if you remember, 2 years back, there was a question, and this question was about the carbon sequestration. And especially if you see, the Iceland is becoming a leader in this project of carbon fixing. The project name is CarbaFix. If you are aware, this question was asked 2 years back. And they asked this rock type, which type of rocks are more suitable for this carbon sequestration. So the area of this carbon sequestration, or we can say this carbon absorption, utilization and its storage become important for mains. Obviously, it became important. So now without delaying, so what is carbon capture? Then its utilization and storage we will see. Now see here, let's say we have some industry. Let's say I am assuming, let's say this is the thermal power plant. Okay, thermal power plant. Now thermal power plants are something which are disastrous when we consider the emissions. A lot of emissions will be there. Now, but India says that we, because have too much of the coal resources, so we will not get rid of the coal. Rather, we will use our coal, because so many people are living in our country, let's say in energy poverty we can say, or we can say otherwise in the poverty. So to uplift them from the clutches of poverty, we need development. And for that reason, we are producing this energy, and this is necessary emission and not luxury emission as the Western countries have. So because let's say we are saying this is necessary emission for us, right? Necessary emission, and therefore we are not removing them. Now, there is one method. Let's say if you see the flue gases are going into the environment. Now, what we can do, we can absorb this CO2 from here. Okay? From the chimney, we can directly absorb the CO2. Now, once this CO2, if it is absorbed, we can mix this with the water, let's say, and we can convert this into a liquid form, more mobile liquid form. If it is in liquid form, then it can be easily pumped. Let's say this is the ground surface. Now, what you can do, you can easily pump this into the storage areas, and storage areas must be, let's say, for example, if I take here, the storage areas are, let's say this is the ground, and here in the ground, you have some of the depleted oil reserves. Okay, this is the earlier we were extracting oil from here. These are certain mines. For example, here it is a mine. So we have mined enough, and now almost we have lost the, let's say, mineral or resources. They are no more extracted now. Then we also have some of the, let's say, such aquifers which are very difficult to recharge. So now, again I'm saying, in this geological formation, say here, in this geological formation, we have this depleted oil reserves. Depleted means no more they are having oil reserves, right? Then we have depleted aquifers of water also, you can say, and this is nothing but abandoned mines. Now, what is the possibility? This liquid that you have converted into this carbon, this liquid you can easily inject into such deeper geological formation. They must be located to the deep. Why? Because if they are at the surface, near the surface, there are very high chances that this carbon may come out with the erosion and weathering of the surface. Okay, or by the human activities as well. So what is the idea? We will pump this liquid CO2 along with this water in these geological reserves. And now what can happen? Because you are burying them deep, they may remain there for a longer period of time, and there is a very high possibility that this is the carbon. Carbon is the form of what? Carbon, CO2 is nothing but the form of carbon. Maybe this carbon can convert into, let's say in the future, the mineral carbonate, mineral rocks, coal, diamond also. There is the possibility, right? So this is the concept of not only the absorption, but also we are storing this for a longer period of time. Now this is the one method. Here, this is utilization also. Now, how you can utilize this method? See here, if you are aware, new terms are emerging nowadays. You must have heard this one, carbon farming. Carbon farming and carbon fertilization. Now, see here, we have seen the two aspects of what? The two aspects of carbon capturing and its storage. Remember, storage must occur in such a way that it is stored permanently for a longer period of time, so that it is not coming again back into the atmosphere. Otherwise, our very purpose of absorbing the CO2 will be diluted. Now, if I remove this one, because we have learned this one, now see here the third part. What is this? Utilization. Now, what you can do of this carbon capture, there are a lot of utilization aspects of this carbon. Now, the one is, see here, if I have, let's say this is the farm, okay? In this farm, I have some, let's say, crops or the trees, whatever you can assume. Let's say this is the some crop. Now, if I add this carbon here, this carbon here, so what can happen? See here, for the plant's growth, what is required? You need the main nutrients, water, plus CO2 also. Yes, why? Because of CO2, they are making their food, let's say, in the photosynthesis. Now, what happens is, if you will provide them CO2, what can happen? Their growth will be promoted. So, if I provide them the CO2, their growth will be promoted. And that is the reason why we call this concept as carbon fertilization. So, if you add carbon here in the farms, so it can promote the growth of our farming practices or the vegetation, and this concept is known as carbon fertilization. If you are using these practices in your farming, then we will call this as a carbon farming. Okay, so this is the utilization aspect, how we can utilize this carbon. So there are a lot of application of this carbon capture. For example, what you can do is, this is we have seen in the agriculture. In the same way, we have seen, let's say, if you pump this CO2 inside the oil reserves where the recovery was reduced, okay? For example, this was the mineral well. From here, we were not able to extract much of the oil. So what you can do, you can inject this CO2, and this injection of CO2 will increase 10 to 15% of oil recovery from this area. So in a way, this is very helpful. So utilization, we will see that. Okay? More utilization aspects we will cover when we'll talk about this potential role. Now see here, the second aspect of the questions, if we discuss, see here now. Now, in this second aspect, we are supposed to talk about the role of CCUS in climate change. Okay. So, according to this IEA, that is International Energy Agency, in 2023, they said that CCUS can absorb as much as 15% of carbon emissions which are required to be reduced. To achieve net zero by 2070. This is the net zero emission year of India. Okay? However, according to International Energy Agency, if we take or utilize the full potential of this CCUS, then it has the potential that it can absorb 15% of required emissions. Means how much of we are supposed to reduce. For example, I'm saying in order to achieve net zero by 2070, we are supposed to reduce, let's say, 100 ton of CO2. Now, 15 ton of CO2 can alone be reduced with the help of CCUS. This is hypothetical example I am telling you. The 15% is the potential of this CCUS. Okay, number one. Number two, also in the same, let's say, report, it said in 2023, we have the absorption capacity of around 40% and storage capacity of 60%, and which is increasing compared to the previous years. And that is also a good news for us, because now the momentum is growing towards what? Towards this carbon capture and its utilization. Now, what is the beauty of this CCUS? Number one, see here, the areas, for example, the coal power plants or the thermal power plants for, let's say, coal-based power plants in India are contributing, let's say, in this energy basket more than half. Okay. So what happens is India cannot reduce its dependence on the coal. And also we do have a lot of coal reserves. We should not reduce also. Now see what India is saying. The sectors like coal, thermal power plants, steel sector, fertilizer sector, which are very difficult sectors in which if you want to reduce the emissions, then they are energy intensive sectors and a lot of investment is required, and they are very hard to abate sectors. Hard to abate means it is very difficult, hard to abate sectors. Now, what is the beauty of this CCUS? You can also fit in the infrastructure, the required infrastructure to absorb this carbon and utilize this or store that even in the plants which were created and commissioned earlier. Means there is very easy this infrastructure installation and retrofitting that you can easily put in this infrastructure with these plants also. It means these hard to abate sectors, hard to abate pollution sectors can easily be retrofitted with the required infrastructure. So this is the very big advantage of the CCUS. So hard to abate sectors can go through this retrofitting. of infrastructure. Infrastructure. So this is the one very key point that you should remember. That is, retrofitting of the infrastructure is possible, and therefore those sectors which are very hard to abate in terms of pollution, they can also come under the CCUS. Okay. Then next is, see here, when you are reducing the emissions, for example, if India reduces the thermal emissions, okay, thermal power plant related emissions, so what can happen? It can bring in energy insecurity in India. Energy will be reduced. Now, without reducing this energy, what you can do instead, for example, the let's say when India put its net zero targets, so most of the Western countries were criticizing India that we want to achieve this net zero by 2050, but India is still focusing on the year of 2070. Okay, we were criticized a lot. Now, what is the point I'm making here? Even if you are having the thermal emissions, okay, in order to secure this energy for your country, you can say to this Western world that we are retrofitting this thermal emissions or retrofitting this thermal power plants, and in a way, we are reducing or removing carbon emissions from the atmosphere. So the energy will not be compromised. Energy security will remain there. Can I say with that? It is the CCUS which will provide the balance in terms of the emissions and the energy security. Yes. So we can say it balances emissions and energy security. Okay. So it provides the space. So this space will give you the time for energy transition. Okay. Energy transition time will be provided by this CCUS. Okay. Done? Now, if we talk about the plans of India, the India also says that in its long-term energy strategy submitted under Paris Agreement, this is Paris Agreement of 2015, here we submitted long-term low emission strategy. Emission strategy. Okay, so in this strategy, because we are focusing on what? Low emissions. In low emissions in our economy, low emissions of overall in our development process. So here also India highlighted that CCUS is going to play a major role in India's this journey of low emission and long-term strategy. Okay, so this is how we can say it is playing a very critical role in the climate change. The another thing is, see here, not only this will give you the space for carbon neutrality, means carbon neutrality will be achieved, but also what happens is there are certain methods inside this, let's say CCUS. For example, if I remove here and just writing point this one, and then we will explain the carbon neutrality and net negative emissions. Negative emissions can be achieved by using this CCUS. Now in CCUS there are methods. For example, if I go ahead, okay, see here, if you want to take a screenshot, you can. I will just erase this area. Okay, now see here, the point which is I am making here, this one, I will explain this one. I'm removing this area here. So now see here. So what happens is, see, this is the, let's say, atmosphere. In this atmosphere, as of now, let's say there are 100 ton of CO2. Hypothetical example I'm taking here. Now, what happens is, now if I am withdrawing or absorbing, let's say 20 tons with the help of this carbon capture and utilization and its storage. So what you are left with here, 80 ton. So what it is helping in? It is helping in achieving the carbon negative emissions also. One fine day, maybe whatever you are emitting in the atmosphere, if you are able to absorb that one, and more than that, if you are absorbing, so what happens is you may reach into the stage of negative carbon emissions, means you are absorbing more instead of releasing into the atmosphere. And in this way, the carbon is being absorbed, it is being utilized, it is being, let's say, stored. So in a way, what we are doing, we are actually recycling the carbon. Recycling of carbon also becomes possible due to this CCUS. So all these points you can put in the potential, right? And utilization of this scheme, or let's say the CCUS, are so many. The one of the finest example, if you want to see, you can go and search on the let's say YouTube. You will find the videos also. The project name I am mentioning here, this is Carbafix. It is the project of Iceland, and just see there how these carbons are being fixed by this Iceland. Okay, so this is all about the first question. What is carbon capture? Utilization. There are a lot of utilization we have seen. It can be utilized in the farming, carbon farming. The carbon fertilization concept can be utilized. It can be converted into the minerals for, let's say, if they are deeply buried, charcoal can also be formed out of that. Bioenergy can be produced. Then some synthetic products you can also make with the help of this carbon, synthetic plastic and all. These all are the potential utilization of this captured carbon. This process, see, I'm removing this one. This process of capturing the carbon is also termed with some different names. For example, it is also known, see here, this is atmosphere. Because we are absorbing the emissions from atmosphere, so it is known as air mining. Air mining. It is also known as direct capturing of carbon. Okay, so these are also the name of the same CCUS, right? So this question is over. If we go to the second question, it is write a review on India's climate commitments under the Paris Agreement. Mention how these have been further strengthened in COP26, and in this direction, how has the first INDCs intended by India been updated in 2022? A very simple and direct question if you are aware about the, let's say, the international convention. So this is a very simple and direct question. Was discussed enough in our classes of foundation, right? So see here, if you talk about Paris, see here, Paris Agreement, it came in 2015, right? And before this Paris Agreement, there was Kyoto, which was going on. Kyoto Protocol, you may be aware of that. Kyoto Protocol. So this came in 2015, and this was supposed to be implemented post 2020, because till 2020, this Kyoto Protocol was in operation. Now in Kyoto, if you are aware about, I'm just giving you some background. It is not to be required, let's say, to be written here. I'm just giving you some small let's say, background information. Here, there was a grouping, if you are aware of that. The Annex B countries, non-Annex countries. Non-Annex countries were primarily the developing countries, and they were not under any legal obligation to reduce their emissions. However, Annex B countries, mostly the developed countries, OECD countries, and the economies in transition, they were under legal obligation to reduce their emissions, right? And that egged many of the developed countries. The developed countries were saying it is unfair and injustice it is, because some of the biggest polluters like China and India are in this side, that is nothing but they are not under any legal obligation. And therefore, this dispute was going on. Now, this is the Kyoto's story. What happened in case of the Paris, instead of this legal binding agreements and the, let's say, legal targets, legal obligations for the countries were removed. Okay, Means now they are no more under any legal obligation. However, here one thing was there, that is nothing but they can come up with their own targets, that is intended uh, intentionally determined, sorry, INDCs, that is intentionally determined contributions है ना, by the countries. So in the Paris Agreement, instead of like Kyoto, here there was no such binding, legally binding targets for the countries. Legally binding means individual for the countries, no such legally binding targets were there. Instead of that, they should come up with the NDCs, that is, their nationally determined contributions, intended nationally determined contributions, that we can contribute that much. In order to achieve, see here, there was one report made by IPCC. Again, background. In this report, a special report focusing on 1.5 degree C temperature limit and maximum 2 degree C. So under the light of this report, a special report to limit the temperature of 1.5 degree C or 2 degree C, this Paris Agreement was actually discussed. And this targets were, or whatever the things were discussed here, they were under the light of IPCC's, this special report, they were discussed. Now here the countries came up with the idea that this is our contribution, means this is going to be our contribution. And please remember, this contributions must be in the line of this 1.5 degree C. You should not give some random target ki we will do this and that. Okay? These targets must be in the line of what? In the line of limiting the temperature of 1.5 degree C. If not possible, then at least 2 degree C rise. Okay? Now see here, every country submitted their NDCs and also India submitted its NDCs. Here, what you are supposed to remember, it was not legally binding, and both developed and developing countries were at the same stage, right? Means for both of them, it was not legally binding. So here, the climatic justice, what is climatic justice? Because developed countries were more responsible for historical emissions and they were more responsible held under the Kyoto. So this provision of Kyoto was removed here, and therefore it is often criticized that this Paris Agreement does not respect the climatic justice. The justice must have been, because they are the polluter, they must pay the price of that pollution. But however, this climatic justice principle has been neglected inside this Paris Agreement. Okay. Now come up here. The question is asking, this is, we have discussed about the background. The question is talking about what were the India's commitments under Paris Agreement. So let's discuss about that one first. So India said NDCs of India, initial NDCs in 2015 when this Paris Agreement was signed. Then what were the commitments we made? See here now. So number one was, India committed that 40% of its energy will come from non-fossil fuels. Non-fossil fuels. And the target year was decided by 2030. Okay, 40%. Next is, see here, India also promised to reduce the emission intensity to be reduced in economy by 33 to 35%. Again, the target year is 2030, and the base year was taken as 2005. What do you understand by that one? Emission intensity in the economy. For example, now see here. For example, if our country in 2005, I am assuming the only one economic activity was there. For example, we had only one steel factory and that was emitting 100 ton of CO2. This is hypothetical example, to create or to produce 100 ton of steel. Okay. Now in 2030, because we are saying the emission intensity we will reduce by 33 to 35%. Now to produce the same 100 tons of steel, okay, again I'm assuming the same 100 tons if they are produced, then the emission intensity we will reduce by 30 to 35%, means anyhow you have to bring in this in the range of 67, means 33% we have reduced. Okay, so this is how the 33% of emission intensity we have reduced here to produce the same amount of steel. That is the concept of the emission intensity reduction in our GDP or the economy. Okay, that is the concept. Now, the third thing that India promised, that is, we will produce 2.5 to 3 billion ton CO2 absorbing capacity, or this is also known as carbon sinks. Carbon sinks means to absorb the carbon. Sinks. Okay, by what? How you will absorb the carbon? By let's say this plantation, by this growing forest, by all these means, Hera, by creating the green spaces. So India promised that 2.5 to 3 billion ton CO2 we will absorb by again 2030, right? Now what happened is, this is the initial targets submitted by India according to our own nationally determined targets they were. Now, after, let's say this was the, now I'm coming to this one, COP of 26, which was held in Glasgow. It is in Scotland, okay? So this is COP of 26 and it was held in 2021. In this summit, in this conference, when our Prime Minister reached, he gave the formula to the world, and this was the Panchamrit strategy, right? Panchamrit strategy. Panchamriti strategy, that is nothing but the 5 nectar elements were suggested to the world community. So India, for the first time, highlighted that we will achieve the net zero status by 2070. Even if the world community, the Western countries were putting a lot of pressure over India to focus on 2050 for the net zero emission, but still India said, we have a lot of people living in the poverty. They need this development process so that they can come up from this clutches of the poverty, and therefore we need to have this infrastructure, energy, and all these things. For that, we will not go by this 2050. Instead of that, we will focus on 2070 as a year of achieving net neutrality. Second thing India said, the second target is the quantitative target India had put here, 500 gigawatt of non-fossil energy we will generate. Again, the year was given 2030. Okay. The third target is, see here, India said 50% of our energy will come from renewable or non-fossil resources. By again, the year is same, 2030. Okay. Then India also said that we will try to absorb 1 billion ton, or we will try to reduce the emissions, the let's say expected emissions by 1 billion ton CO2 we will cut this emissions by 2030. And also one more target we have put in here, that is 45% of emission intensity reduction in our economy, 45%. Okay. So these were the targets which were put by India's Prime Minister in front of the world community, and these 5 elements together were known as, or they were put as, Panchamrit strategy, 5 nectar elements. India also highlighted here the very important one, net zero 2070. India also proposed this idea, that is environmental sensitive lifestyle. So this is about lifestyle which will respect the environment. The citizen of India will be aware about this, let's say, the environment versus developmental needs. Okay. So this life initiative was also proposed by India in front of the world community, and it is also accepted widely by the world community. Okay, so you are maybe aware of this one. Now see here, India in its, let's say, Panchamrit strategy, keeping here a lot of things. Okay, in that way, India is putting and playing very hard in order to come in line with the Paris agreements which we have submitted here, the INDC targets which we have submitted here. Now, what happened is, after this Glasgow COP, okay, see the background, 2015, this is 2021 Glasgow COP. After then, what happened is, it was the year of 2022, just after this Glasgow. Here, India will modify its INDC targets. Now, see here how India is going to modify. If you allow me, I want to remove this area. Okay? Now, see here, the two areas, if you will focus here, the one is 50% of the renewable energy we will generate by 2030, and the second here, the 45% of emission intensity we will reduce in our economy by 2030. Now see here what India had modified. India had modified this target from 40% to now 50%. And India also modified this target of 33 to 35% to 45%. Can I say both of the targets were mentioned by India earlier in the Panchamrit strategy? Answer is yes. And this Panchamrit strategy actually was nothing but, with the help of this strategy, India modified its INDC targets, and these targets were updated in 2022. So this is how India updated its targets. Here we did not update this third target. Okay? So that is the updation which happened in 2022. If I remove this one, so from the Glasgow, what actually happened? From the path of Glasgow, India actually modified its NDC contributions in 2022, where it focused on 50% of energy generation by the renewable energy resources. Again, the year was 2030. Okay. And the second thing was 45% of emission intensity reduction. Intensity reduction by which year? Again, by 2030. This third target was as it is. We have not modified that one. Then, so this is how India modified its target. Also, we have mentioned a lot of things here. For example, India said, if I remove this one, so India said that it will focus on the life, will try to adapt clean technology. We will go for, see here, again we have highlighted here, we will go for net zero, but by which year? 2070. And the next one is, India also talked about here about CCUS for what? For long-term emission reduction. Long-term emission reductions. Done? So this is how we updated our targets in 2022. Now see here, if we want to assess what is the progress of India, so India is the one of the major economy, okay? And very few major economies are there which are in the line of this Paris Agreement targets. According to, let's say, whatever we have submitted the targets, we are very well going to achieve all these targets in future also. Why I am saying this one? Because in recent 2024, there was the fourth biennial report submitted to UNFCCC by Government of India. In that report, it has been said that India had achieved this target at around 47%. And what I'm saying is the timeline was by 2024, we achieved 47% of the energy share from the renewable energy resources. Only 3% we are left with. Still, the 6 years are there. So that is, I was making my point that India is very well achieving its targets and we are well ahead of this timeline. The second is here, that is 45% of emission reduction we will work in for this emission intensity reduction, it is also somewhat around 36% has been achieved by us according to the same report. And the same report has highlighted this target, which was not modified or updated. In this target, that is, India will achieve 2.5 to 3 billion ton of carbon sink. Now here we have created the carbon sink of around 2.29 billion ton, and definitely we will create the this 3 billion carbon sink also before 2030. So therefore I said India is the only major economies if we consider, which is very well achieving the targets well ahead of the timeline that we have mentioned. Okay, so that is how the India is working to achieving the targets of this Paris Agreement, right? You can also write this thing in the conclusion. For example, you can make a conclusion that by seeing the progress of India, it can be said India is moving well on the path of the energy transition and towards the path of carbon neutrality. Okay? A lot of more efforts we are putting in. We are, let's say, reducing our energy basket dependence on what? Thermal power plants. We are creating carbon markets. We are creating the carbon credits generation schemes, right? So a lot of things we are doing. So that is all about Paris. So the next question in sequence is, it is about examine the factors responsible for depleting groundwater in India. And what are the steps taken by the government to mitigate this issue or the problem, right? So the first thing that if you want to start your question, you can start with some fact or data. So you know that 25% of world's groundwater resources are being utilized by India. Okay, and in that way we are the biggest exploiter of groundwater in the world. Okay, biggest exploiter we are in that way in the world. And do you know what is going to happen? There was a recent study, and this study was published in a paper which is known as Science Advances. Okay, so according to this study in Science Advances, which was published here, according to them, from 2040 to 2080, this, let's say, the demand of the water or exploitation rate, rather I will say, it is going to be thrice, seeing the current scenario. It is going to be thrice. Consider how much of the groundwater we are going to exploit in the future. Okay, so that is the problem. So you can start your question with this data or like this one. Now this we are going to hit the first part. Okay, so I am dividing this question into two parts. One is what are the factors responsible for depletion of groundwater, right? So if I just remove this one, see here, the factors responsible for depletion of groundwater. Okay, the biggest factor is the agriculture. Why? See here, agriculture. Because of 60% of our irrigated agriculture, the agriculture under irrigation is dependent on groundwater. This is the problem number one. That is, agriculture is consuming or exploiting a lot of water. And the second problem lies here with the agriculture only. I'm connecting here. The second problem is we are also not following agroclimatic choices of the crops. What is the meaning of this one? Agroclimatic choices means according to that area, or let's say according to that climate, particularly of particular area, we are not following the natural choice of the crop. According to the let's say this climatic patterns, we are not following. The biggest example of this is the Punjab. In the Punjab, we are growing paddy. Now, do you know paddy consumes 10 times more water than other crops like pulses and all. And they are water guzzling crops. This paddy is water guzzling crop, right? So Punjab is not suitable. Agroclimatic choice is not the rice here. Still, Punjab is growing the rice, thankfully, because of the green revolution, and other, let's say, other regions are also responsible, MSP and all. So skewed our policies. So now say here, this is supported by the skewed policies. Policies. For example, subsidies offered for, let's say, fertilizers and high yield varieties, seeds, है ना, for the rice. Second is, let's say electricity is free, so electricity related subsidy. So if the electricity is free, they are not worried about their bill, and they are exploiting groundwater at a rate which is unmatchable. Okay, the exploitation of the water is going on at a rate which is unmatchable. A lot of groundwater is being pulled due to this type of subsidy. And one more, yes, MSP. So due to the MSP, the paddy crop is highly secured here to grow, and therefore the let's say farmers are growing this paddy crop. Yes, so that is the reason. Then the another source, that is the factor responsible for, that is rampant urbanization. Okay. Before that, I am discussing one more factor which is more important, that is climate change. Okay, so climate change I can subdivide into two. One is, see, the hydrological patterns are changing. Hydrological patterns means, see here, changing the color. See here, hydrological patterns are changing. Sometimes there will be very high, let's say, rainfall. Sometimes there will be no rainfall. So this patterns and intensity of rainfall, they are being impacted, and therefore the entire hydrological cycle, the falling of water, the recharge of groundwater, and all this cycle, runoff of the water, all they are getting impacted. And hence, what is happening? This is driving the droughts very often. The second problem with the climate change is the heat is increasing. If the heat is increasing, what will happen? The demand of water will increase, yes or no? So demand of water, and because we are dependent more on groundwater, so demand of water, if it is increasing, what will happen? The groundwater will be extracted much. So that is the impact of climate change also. So heat driven or the warming driven, the demand of water is continuously increasing. Now I will come to the urbanization. Now, what is the problem with the urbanization? It is unregulated. Okay, and one more point we can add here before going into this one. See here, this is in the, here I'm adding, this is, I'm adding here in the agriculture only. When this groundwater is being, let's say, extracted, this entire area of extraction of underground water is largely unregulated. So there is no governance which can control this rampant boring works and all, right? So there are so many illegal borings, and they are continuously pumping out this water. So what is I'm writing here? One more, ungoverned underground water resources, water governance. Okay, so there is no governance, let's say, in order to control this exploitation of underground water. Often this problem of underground water, it is termed as visible problem due to invisible sources. So this problem is so visible, but still we cannot see the sources responsible for them. And we are not acting on these factors, right? Now I'm coming back to the urbanization. See here, the urbanization, how the urbanization, which is unplanned most of the time, if it is unplanned. So what happens is the, let's say, unplanned urbanization results into what? Concretization, yes, and the surface areas, which are spongy surface areas. Spongy means easily from where the water was percolating down. So this spongy surface areas are continuously decreasing. And do you know, recently there was one study conducted by US government, and they found very interesting fact. If your surface area of 1% of surface area is concretized, okay, or it becomes impervious, water is not percolating, it will increase the chances of 3.3% of urban flood. Okay, with every 1% of the city area which was earlier pervious, water was percolating down, and now it has been concretized, it will result into chances of urban flood by 3.3% it will increase. And in that way, urban floods are also increasing. If the urban floods are increasing, water is not percolating down, what will happen to the groundwater? The groundwater will also not recharge. Okay, so what happens is, due to this unplanned urbanization, surface areas are being concretized. This is creating problem in the recharging of water table, and that is also, let's say, exaggerating the problem of groundwater. Okay, this is the another factor. Then the population, which is increasing continuously. So what happens is, if there is population growth, so this population, if it is increasing, they will need more water, yes or no? So more water is required, more water demand will be created by these people only. Yes, so this is the main reasons of what? These are the main reasons of, let's say, the depleting groundwater resources. Okay, so many points we have seen, more than sufficient they are. The second part, if I go to, okay, second part, if we address, so what are the various steps taken by the government to mitigate this issue of, or the problem of, the groundwater? So there are many, let's say, initiatives taken by the government. So you can name some of them. For example, there is one very special scheme, especially dedicated to this groundwater management, that is Atal Bhujal Yojana. So steps, if I want to write, let me erase this area. Okay, so what are the steps taken? You can directly write these steps. Steps taken by the government. Steps taken. For example, number 1, Atal Bhujal Yojana. Atal Bhujal Yojana. Okay, which focuses on participatory management, as well as it also focuses on what? The demand side management, scientific management of demand. So the main focus is to reduce the demand of the water. Okay, and the participation based approach it is, means it seeks participation of the people. Okay, participation based approach. So this is very important. Then we have so many, let's say there is National Aquifer Management Program, National Aquifer Management Program. Okay, so what is the focus here? We are trying to manage our various aquifers. Okay, then we also created a master plan for artificially recharging, master plan to artificially recharge the groundwater. This we prepared in 2020 with the help of various states and stakeholders. The main focus is to create rain harvesting infrastructure. Harvesting infrastructure under this. Okay. Then also government is putting a lot of efforts under this one. Let's say water conservation and water based, let's say the ponds and all these are created under MG Narega. Okay, also one more scheme, that is Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, and it has the component that is water harvesting component. Okay, so in that one also we are creating this harvesting features. We are promoting the efficient use also in this one. Efficient use of water. Might have heard this one, har khet ko pani, hai na? Every drop more crop, right? So these are the schemes. One more scheme was launched by the government, that is kind of mission mode. It was Amrit Sarovar Mission. and it was launched in 2022, where government was focusing to restore 75 bodies in each districts of the water, right? So this is Amrit Sarovar mission, which was focusing on what? To conserve 75 water bodies in each district. Water bodies in each district, right? Amrit Sarovar mission. Then Jal Shakti Abhiyan we launched in 2019. Then let's say this one, Amrit mission is also focusing on that one. That is conservation and harvesting of the water, especially the rainwater harvesting is the key focus area in this Amrit 2.0, which was recently released. Okay, so Jal Shakti Abhiyan and all these abhiyans you can mention here. So in that way, the steps are being taken by the government of India. You can put in here. Okay, so conclusion, if you want to write about this, so you can let's say highlight in one line the problem. See the problem of this the water management, groundwater management is something which need to be addressed with a kind of integrated water resource management. It means what? It means when you are managing the water, especially the groundwater, you should not see this groundwater in isolation. It must be managed with other resources also. For example, when you are managing the groundwater, see the land use applications also, land use patterns also. So control this land use patterns. Okay, promote this, let's say, the efficient use of land. For example, do not allow much of the concretization and unplanned urbanization in the city areas and in other areas also. Create as many as it is possible the blue and this green spaces, also referred as green and blue infrastructure. Okay, put a lot of efforts to conserve this rainwater especially, so that you can let's say have this water table recharge. So you can create biofences with the help of forest. You can create a kind of fence in which the floods flow will be reduced, and therefore urban floods will also not occur. If the biofence is there of the forest, for example, you are growing some forest here, it will, let's say, if the flood is coming here, it is hitting this, let's say, the vegetation, and it is allowing more time for this water to go down. Percolation will be possibility. So in that way, you can conclude in this manner that a participatory based approach along with integrated water resource management approach is required here. Okay, that's it. So with this, we are done with the environment questions. I hope this discussion was helpful for you. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Let's begin GS3 discussion, that is the section disaster management. You see, there were numerous expected questions this year, like stampede, glacial lake outburst flood, heat waves, okay? But civil services chose two very unique hazards, such as saltwater intrusion and mining hazards, okay? So if you see, why did they choose saltwater intrusion? Now the disasters that they are choosing is more at the interjunction of disaster as well as ecology. Okay, if you see saltwater intrusion, salinization of coastal aquifers, mining hazards. So basically it is asking the environmental hazards related to mining. So again, tilted towards the prism of environment and ecology. So let us see the first question. Saltwater intrusion in the coastal aquifers is a major concern in India. What are the causes of seawater intrusion and the remedial measures to combat this hazard? So basically simple. First we will define what is saltwater intrusion. Okay, so saltwater intrusion is the ingress of saline seawater in the coastal aquifers when the water level drops in the groundwater, in the ground. Okay, or I can say says when the fresh water heads drops, or here I could have added when the fresh water head drops. So once I have given the introduction, let us see what exactly it is. Now consider this is the sea level, this is the groundwater. This is groundwater table. This is sea level. This is hydraulic boundary. This is saline water. This is more is fresh water. Okay. Now what happens? We are constructing a hand pump. Okay, so this is sea level. Okay. Now what happens, because we are pumping the groundwater, it may happen that the groundwater table at this juncture will fall. As a result, what happens? The hydraulic boundary begins to move inside. This what I can say is that the hydraulic boundary, it begins to move inside. So now this is what the saline, so what we see, this is ingression of saline water. As the water level falls within here, there is ingression of saline water within the coastal aquifers because of over extraction, or there are various other factors which we will see. But one such basic diagram we could have drawn here is, okay, this what is generally known as cone of depression. Here what we see, ingress of saline waters. Okay, so once we have defined, once we have drawn the diagram, let us see the causes. We know causes needs to be broken down under two factors. One is natural, another is anthropogenic. Natural could be broken down into various pillars. First we know what we can write is coastal geomorphology and geology. Okay, so coastal geomorphology and geology, this means presence of low-lying basins, low-lying coastal plains. Or I can talk about permeable sands. So these natural factors inherently leads to saltwater intrusion. So example best here is Gujarat coast. Okay, second I can talk about it, fractures in the coastal rocks. This creates conduits and which leads to saltwater ingress. Okay, next we can say here is swell surge. Recently, there was an article in the Hindu before the mains where they have talked about how swell surges have led to saltwater intrusion. And the article was mostly talking about Kanyakumari, the villages of Kanyakumari. Here, fourth we can talk about here is tidal fluctuations and pumping. Tidal fluctuations, when there is high rise, high tides, this can lead to saltwater intrusion, or consider that there is a dam, river. Now I have constructed a dam on this river. As a result, the flow of water has reduced. So sometimes what happens, the sea water can move inside to a greater extent. And this what further causes saltwater intrusion. Though this could be put more under anthropogenic factors because it was the dam that was stopping the flow of water. But since tidal fluctuations and pumping, I have put it under natural only. Okay, it's your choice. You could have talked here tidal pumping separately and tidal fluctuations separately. Once I have talked about natural factors, let us talk about the anthropogenic factors. Here in tidal fluctuations and pumping, you could have given example of Sundarbans. Okay, because of the creation of Farakka barrage, now what is happening? The amount of seawater ingress towards the rivers Hooghly has increased. Anthropogenic, the first here is over exploitation of groundwater. Over exploitation of groundwater due to urbanization, agriculture, industries. So basically what is happening? Extraction, when extraction is greater than recharge, what happens? Fresh water head drops within the ground. Fresh water head drops. As a result, what happens? Saline water ingresses. In the coastal aquifers. Best example here we see Ennore. Okay, one case study here you could have talked about Ennore, then Cuddalore, then Nagapattinam. These are the areas. Cuddalore, Nagapattinam. Okay, Thothukudi. These are the areas where such incidences are happening. Next I can talk about is reduction in recharge of groundwater. What is the main reason? Can I say concretization in urban areas? As well as I can say deforestation, which further restricts groundwater percolation. So what is happening now? Amount of this is not ensuring enough solvent. As a result, the amount of saline water is increasing the salinity. Third I can talk about is sea level rise, or best is to write human induced sea level rise. As the sea level rises, the amount of salt water percolation, okay, or here as the sea level rises, the hydraulic boundary, the boundary which was drawing, which we drew, this hydraulic boundary, this begins to shift inwards towards the coastal aquifers, freshwater aquifers. As a result, there is greater ingress of saline water. And finally, fourth here, we could have talked about here is poor regulatory norms. Poor regulatory norms. This is absence of metering of groundwater exploitation. absence of fines. So what happens now? These does not create enough constraints for the people once they are expecting groundwater. That is weak governance. Okay, unmetered bore wells. Similarly, one more you could have talked about here is unmetered bore wells. So once we have talked here, I can draw in brief a quick diagram. India, which is witnessing major here. Okay, here you see Porbandar, Tarapur, Kanyakumari, Thothukudi, Ennore, Ongole, Vishakhapatnam, Sundarban. So these are the areas which are witnessing saltwater intrusion in the coastal aquifers. So in brief, if I tell you what are the consequences, can I say reduction in freshwater consumption, I can say rise in soil salinity. Soil salinity will rise. As a result, what will happen? Agricultural productivity will decline. Here, Ongole. This is what is happening in the Ongole and Thothukudi region of the, okay, that is reduction in the crop yields. Then we talk about reduction in yields of fishes. Reduction in yield of fishes. Coastal areas, as a result, what happens? Threatened livelihood of the fishermen. Then I can talk about increased cost of desalinization. Increased cost of desalinization. And next I can also talk it, that is abandonment of bore wells. Abandonment of bore wells. So these are some of the issues that emerges because of the hazard. Okay, that is saltwater hazard. Once I have talked about this, let us talk about, it is talking about measures. Remedial measures. You see, remedial measures could be broken down under various pillars. That is short-term measures. We can talk about long-term measures. Not long-term, mid-term measures. And I can talk about long-term measures. Here you see. Once we see what are the short-term measures that could be done. Can I say vulnerability mapping? The areas which are witnessing saltwater intrusion, we can do vulnerability mapping using GIS plus remote sensing technologies. This question has been asked, which I have already covered in human and economic geography. Okay, I could have used the same as a solution here. I can talk about is strengthening governance. Strengthening governance and reduction in abstraction of groundwater. Reduction in abstraction of groundwater. Okay. Next, supply of clean drinking water. Supply of clean drinking water especially in those areas which are witnessing heavy saltwater intrusion. And next I can talk about here is leak proofing. Leak proofing of abandoned wells which have saline conduits. Here basically what happens, कि those consider कि this is a bore well. So those bore well which have heavily extracted groundwater, and now what has happened? As a result, the groundwater level has fallen. So sometimes what happens? A conduit develops, which leads to ingress of intrusion, allows the intrusion of salt water. This we need to do, leak proof. We need to leak proof it. So this could be the short-term measures. Once we have covered the short-term measures, let us see these mid-term measures. In mid-term measures, can I say conjunctive use of surface water? Conjunctive use of surface water. You see, MS Swaminathan committee has already suggested that groundwater should be utilized in the rarest of the rare cases and should be kept safely for the crisis times. So right now what government should promote more the surface usage of surface water rather than groundwater. Next I can talk about recharging the aquifers. Recharging the aquifers. Okay, basically groundwater we can create here infiltration ponds. Okay, wherever those regions, especially on goal, Thothugudi is witnessing one such measures. So what they have done, the administration, creation of infiltration ponds and creation of impermeable barriers. Creation of impermeable barriers in those regions, okay, which are witnessing heavy intrusion, such as I can talk about critical well fields. Critical wells, where we can create impermeable barriers which can stop the movement of saline waters. Okay. Once we have talked about this, we can move towards long-term measures. In long-term measures, I can talk about, here you see, can I say the first important long-term measures I can say about is ecosystem based solutions. In ecosystem based solutions, what is? That is protection of mangroves. Then I can talk about here is, in ecosystem based solution, preservation of estuaries. What they do? They ensure that the saline water does not encroaches into the coastal waters. I can talk about here is greening of urban infrastructure so as to ensure greater percolation. Here my task is ensure greater percolation. Next I can talk about here is demand side management. In demand side management, can I say? First, I can talk about changing cropping pattern. We must move from water intensive crops to more those crops which are water efficient crops. Okay. Next, I can talk about here is metering of large bore wells. And further, I can talk about is promotion of micro irrigation. Okay. So that we do not have to extract the groundwater to a great extent. And finally, I can talk about is renovation of rainwater harvesting infrastructures. Rainwater harvesting infrastructures. Such Jal Shakti Abhiyan. This is what one of the pillars of the Jal Shakti Abhiyan is. So this is, I can talk about long-term measures. Once I have talked about this, in conclusion, I can talk about efficient implementation of National Water Mission, National Aquifer Mapping Program, National Aquifer Mapping Program, plus Jal Shakti Abhiyan. What is the main aim here? You see, what we could do, we could create coastal groundwater protection zones. We can create coastal groundwater protection zones. You see, this question, more or less, you should have talked about these aspects as well, because here you see there is another question in GS3, okay, that is the groundwater depletion. Okay, so both the questions, you see, these schemes should have been mentioned in the answer. Okay, next, let's move to the next question. So the next question is, mineral resources are fundamental to the country's economic, and these are exploited by mining. Why is mining considered an environmental hazard? Explain the remedial measures required to reduce the environmental hazard due to mining. So basically it is a 15-marker question, 3 pages. You see, somewhere this question appeared in the paper because few months back, the Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs approved the Jharia Master Plan for dealing with fire, subsidence and rehabilitation of affected families in the Jharia region. Okay. So it is asking environmental hazard caused due to mining. So I can begin introduction. In introduction, I can talk about mining is a fundamental aspect of any economy as it powers semiconductor, metallurgical, electricity, automobile industry. Okay, I have given introduction. Okay, that it powers, we know, rare earth minerals, semiconductor, iron ore, I can talk about metallurgical industries, iron ore and bauxite, aluminium. I can talk about electrical, that, okay, here we know copper, semiconductor, we know lithium, cobalt, rare earth elements. Okay, we know automobile too, that is iron ore and aluminium. So once I have talked about this, then I can talk about that mining contributes close to 1.97% to India's GDP and 10 to 11% to industrial GDP. Okay, so once I have talked, in the brief, I have talked about the importance. It is talking are fundamental to the country's economy. This is how I have talked. Okay, then what is the contribution? Done. Let us see. Then we will give heading geographical locations where mining of minerals are done. Okay, let us see the geographical locations where mining is done. Here I will use the concept of human and economic geography. People who would have read human and economic geography, NCERT, for them solving this question would be easy. Here you see, we know some of the major reason. These are the 5 mineral belts of India. I'm basically talking about the mining mineral belts. Here we know we mine copper. That is, you can talk about Khetri mine, Jhunjhunu. We talk about mine silver. We mine zinc, lead, okay, Agucha mines, limestone, okay. Here we know Goa, Ratnagiri. In Goa, we mine iron ore. In Ratnagiri, we do bauxite mining. Here we know Bellary, Hutti gold mines. Hutti gold mines. We have Kudremukh. Kudremukh is iron ore. We have Chikmagalaru. Okay. Here I can talk about, here is Balaghat, where manganese mining is done. Okay. Then we can talk about Bailadila. Bailadila iron ore. Here I can talk about coal, Jharia, Raniganj. I can talk about iron ore, Mayurbhanj. I can talk about bauxite, the KBK belt, Kalahandi, Bolangir, Korapat belt. Okay, we can talk about uranium. It is talking about Singhbhum. So now with this map, we have depicted to the examiner that these are the areas which are witnessing environmental hazards. One more I can talk about here is, this is Ganges. I can talk about here is sand mining. Sand mining is also prevalent. So I should not miss this aspect. Okay, some of the major rivers sand mining. Once we have talked about the regions which are witnessing environmental hazards due to mining, now let us see what are the environmental hazards. Environmental hazards. You see, the best way, what we teach in our foundation class and GSAP class, okay, or you see FRC, that the questions, wherever they ask you environmental, it needs to be covered under lithosphere, the best way, lithosphere, hydrosphere, atmosphere, and biosphere. Okay, so these are the 4 pillars that we will cover. So let us first see lithosphere. So if we are doing lithosphere, I can talk about 3 main pillars. Why hazard? First is mine-induced subsidence. Mine-induced subsidence and sinkholes. You see, what are the major reasons why this happens? That is abandonment of mines without proper filling, without proper reclamation or filling. Example you can give, Churi mines. Churi mines. Okay. Next you can talk about is dewatering of aquifers. Dewatering of aquifers. Here you can talk about Neyveli mines, Tamil Nadu. Neyveli mines, Tamil Nadu. Here you can talk about coal seam fires. Coal seam fires, here the best case study here is Jharia. In Jharia, there are region, okay, like you see Katras. Okay, after Katras, it is Ludna, Bokhra Pani. These are the under man-induced subsidence. We can give 3 case studies also. Examples you have to give. Okay, without examples, no question will be given, enough marks. Okay, usage of data, diagrams, examples, case studies, or all are very necessary. Okay, once we have talked about this, second what we talk about here is slow failure induced landslides. Here you see example we give कि extensive mining of limestone in Mussoorie Dehradun belt caused extensive landslides. So mining in this region was banned in 1980s because this region was witnessing extensive slope failures. Okay. Third, what we talk? Destruction of soil structure. Greater soil erosion and rise in desertification. Here you can give example of Bellary, Hospet region. Between 2000 to 2010, this region witnessed extensive deforestation and soil erosion. As a result, numerous regions, mining regions of Bellary has witnessed desertification in the recent times. Okay, so once we have talked about lithosphere, and for this we have talked under 3 pillars. Okay, landslides, sinkholes, desertification. 3 terms, even desertification, here subsidence, here landslides, and here desertification. These 3 you needed to tell to the examiner. Okay, once I have talked about this, next I talk about hydrosphere. In hydrosphere, I need to see first, I talk about acid mine drainage. Here is oxidation of sulfide. Oxidation of sulfide creates acidic metal rich drainage. Acidic metal rich drainage. Okay, so basically if you give example, if you see Jharia, near Jharia, so Damodar is witnessing pH level here is less than 4. It has become acidic, and greater concentration of ferrous, cadmium, lead, mercury. Okay, next you can talk about here is Kopili river. Okay, Kopili river, and another river which we need to see is Lukha. Kopili and Lukha river in the Jaintia hills. Jaintia hills due to rat hole mining. Rat hole mining. So here also what we are witnessing, that the pH has become less than 3. Okay. Next we can talk about Malanchkhand mine. Malanchkhand is a famous copper mines in Madhya Pradesh. So here there is a river called Sukri. This Sukri river is witnessing pH less than 3. An extensive acidic metal rich, okay, effluent which are being released from the mines. Okay, once we have seen this hydrosphere, Second, what we see, metal contamination. Metal contamination, here we can talk about release of mercury and lead. Release of mercury and lead, especially in the nearby the Hutti gold mines of Karnataka. Hutti gold mines of Karnataka. So we know mercury also causes Minamata disease, okay, nervous disease. And third we can talk about here is depletion of groundwater, especially in the Neyveli region of Tamil Nadu. Once we have talked about hydrosphere, 3 plus 3, 6 bullets we have given. Now we move towards atmosphere. Mining, drilling, blasting, this all releases NOx, SOx, PM10, PM2.5. As a result, if you see, people are suffering from various diseases. First, we see silicosis. If you see the Jodhpur mines, Jodhpur and Bhilwara, regions of Madhya Pradesh, there people are witnessing silicosis. What we see next is black lung disease. What we also called as pneumoconiosis. You go and see this in the mines of Jharia, Singrauli coal mines, Talcher coal mines, Korba coal mines. Okay. Next we talk about asbestosis. Asbestosis. Okay. All of them mostly causes the pulmonary diseases. Okay. Once we have spoken about this, can I also say it releases greenhouse gases? Releases greenhouse gases, and thus what it does, it exacerbates climate change. Okay, exacerbate climate change. Once we have talked about these aspects, next what we talk about here is, can I say, it intensifies heat waves. Intensifies heat waves. As mining reduces albedo. Okay. And next what we can talk about here is atmosphere mein hearing induced losses. Hearing induced losses due to noise pollution. Due to noise pollution. Basically, working of heavy machinery, blasting of sound, mining sound, drilling sound. So continuous what it does, noise-induced hearing losses. Basically, it is called as noise-induced hearing losses. Okay. So once we have talked about these 4 aspects under atmosphere, next we talk about biosphere. Biosphere, first we know about deforestation. So extinction of species. Next we talk about is habitat fragmentation. And loss of ecological corridors. Okay. Basically, this you could witness in near iron ore mining, near Kudremukh National Park. Okay. Or sandstone mining near Sariska Tiger Reserve. Okay. Next, what we can talk about is loss of ecosystem services. loss of ecosystem services such as pollination, comma, water regulation, comma, soil formation. Okay, so this is how you could have talked about biosphere. Now, once I have talked about all the environmental hazards, now let us see the remedial measures. Remedial measures. First remedial measures we'll talk about here is legislative measures. Under legislative, what we need to do, we need to strengthening of the legislation, the most important legislation that governs the Mines and Minerals, that is Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Act. Okay, so that is strengthening Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Act 1957, where what we will do, mandatory progressive mines closure plans. Okay, this has to be incorporated. Okay, next. Second we talk about is regulatory and institutional measures. Here, strengthening EIA, environmental impact assessment. Okay, what happens? Basically, EIA must be done through accredited body. Okay, not the body that is on the payroll of the government. Second, efficient implementation of disaster mineral fund, which has been created under Mines and Minerals Development and Regulation Act. Okay, under this we can undertake creation of drinking water facilities, establishment of primary healthcare centers, establishment of primary schools. Then is efficient implementation of Pradhan Mantri Khanij Kshetra Kalyan Yojana, that is river restoration. Here we can take river restoration, reclamation of mines, biodiversity preservation. Okay. Third we talk about operational measures. Operational measures. Under these operational measures, first what we can do, we can reduce land footprint. Reduce land footprint by adopting green technologies. Okay, as well as here what we can do, rehabilitation, as well as the other method is bench and slope stabilization. Okay, so here what we need to do, first we need to rehabilitate the areas which are witnessing or abandoned mines, and then bench and slope stabilization. Bench and slope stabilization. That is, if this is the mines, if these are the mines, we need to stabilize these slopes. Okay, so I'm erasing all these aspects, since now we'll see what are the other operational measures. If we see the other operational measures, second, can I say we need to do fogging, spraying water, and usage of conveyor belts. Usage of conveyor belts, why? To reduce air pollution. Okay, they have already asked a question on pit heads. Okay, pit heads mining zones. Probably 2013 means they have asked a question based on this idea. Okay, then you see, third we need to talk about is acid mine drainage. Acid mine drainage treatment. that is addition of lime dosing, what is also known as lime dosing. Okay, or we can create effluent treatment plant, and then once the water is treated, then it must be released into the atmosphere. Okay, next what we talk about here is, okay, next we talk about here is biodiversity sensitive mine design, where the core areas and the buffer areas are inviolate, okay, and they must not touch these areas. Rather, here we should also add ex situ conservation of species which have been threatened because of mining. Once we have talked about this, then we talk about third, economic measures. In economic measures, I can talk about polluter pay principle. Okay, for mining design, we can incorporate precautionary principle. EIA is based on this very idea of precautionary principle. Here I can talk about another very concept which is emerging is biodiversity offsetting. Biodiversity offsetting. Okay, whatever amount of deforestation has been done, equal amount of ecological equivalence of the same forest needs to be regenerated at some other place. Like for the Great Nicobar project recently, what the developmental project that has caused deforestation, the biodiversity offsetting has been undertaken in Haryana. Here we can talk about, next is tax incentives for adoption of green technologies. Next we can talk about allocation of funds for reclamation of abandoned mines, through fly ash, sand. Okay, and finally, lastly, what we need to talk about here is, this is fourth, economic pillars. Fifth, what we needed to talk about here is cultural or social. Here I need to talk about is social. In social, I need to talk about just transition. Just transition, that is the laborers which are involved in the mining of coal. And once we are shifting towards renewable energies, the proper reskilling and upskilling of these laborers are needed so that they can find meaningful employment opportunities, such as, you see, reskilling and upskilling in the areas of renewable energies. Okay, so this is how you should have ended, and in the conclusion you should talk about how sustainable development, adoption of green technologies, and meaningful changes in the legislations could bring a paradigm change where ecological preservation as well as economic development can go both hand in hand, along with social equity as the foundation. Okay, so with this we complete the disaster management discussion. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Let's begin the discussion for internal security. This year, if you see, the questions of internal security, they were more on the easier side. The questions were very well expected. You see, government has been saying that they will eradicate Naxalism, a question on Naxalism. Recently, India undertook countermeasures such as Operation Sindoor against the terrorist infrastructure in POK and Pakistan, a question on terrorism. Government has been signing numerous peace agreements in the northeastern region. So it was already a well predicted question that insurgency is going to fall within in the coming years, and this year it appeared. And finally, the maritime security, because we know the geopolitics of the Indian Ocean region is churning, okay? And as a result, India itself witnesses numerous threats from its maritime boundary. And all the four questions. So if you see in GS3, internal security was on the easier side, okay? So let us begin the question. Terrorism is a global scourge. How has it manifested in India? Elaborate with contemporary examples. What are the countermeasures adopted by the state? Explain. So you see the question has been broken down into various pillars. The more and more you talk and substantiate it through examples, the better chances for you to get marks. Let us explain what is terrorism. Terrorism is premeditated use of violence. By whom? By state as well as non-state actors. State we obviously know is Pakistan, and non-state actors, its proxy groups such as Indian Mujahideen, Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed. Okay? What is the main? To instill fear and destabilize society. And destabilize society. What is the main aim? To gain political, ideological, or religious objectives to meet. These are the three objectives it needs to meet. So once I have defined, then it is saying terrorism is a global scourge. So I must also give examples of global scourge. So here once I give example, I can say 9/11, 2001 USA attack. Then I can talk about 2015 Paris attack. I can talk about 2019 Christchurch mosque shooting, New Zealand. So I have met the demand of this. This statement is done. Now coming to the next. How has it manifested in India? So if you see, if you have read the ARC report has talked about 5 different kinds of terrorism. So its manifestation does not only restrict itself to the terrorism what we are seeing in the Jammu Kashmir region. Rather, it is asking its manifestation. So manifestation has to be talked under various pillars. If we see, first we talk about state-sponsored terrorism. Here we talk about state-sponsored terrorism. That is, which emanates from Pakistan and its proxy group, which we need to talk about Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Indian Mujahideen, by infiltration through line of control and international boundary. So now if we see, now it is saying with examples we have to talk. I can quickly talk. First we know Uri attack, Pulwama attack, 2019, okay, 2016. And then I can give a very good case study here is Pahalgam attack. It happened in a tourist place called as Baisaran Valley, where terrorists belonging to TRF, that is the Resistance Front, which is an proxy group of Lashkar-e-Toiba, okay, targeted civilians based on their religious identity, ended up killing 26 civilians. Okay, so once you have talked about this, okay, you see these were undertaken mostly by Jaish-e-Mohammed. This is Jaish-e-Mohammed. This is TRF. Once I have talked about state-sponsored terrorism, or I can also say it is cross-border terrorism. Okay, once I have explained this, I move towards next manifestation. Next manifestation is in the form of Naxalism. Okay, that is Maoist insurgency, okay, within the eastern or in the form of Red Corridor, okay, which vouches for Maoist ideology. Then I can give example here, Abujmar encounter, Bijapur encounter, all happening in 2025, where they have killed more than 35 or 28 Maoists. Next, I can talk about religious terrorism. Or this is also called as ideological based terrorism. That is left-wing terrorism. In religious terrorism, here you see, we talk about how the global outfits such as ISIS, Lashkar-e-Toiba, what they are doing, they are recruiting individuals. So example, ISIS module busted in Kerala, UP, okay? Once we have talked about this, next we need to talk about the next manifestation will be in the form of insurgency. Okay, insurgency basically, or what we also called as ethno-nationalist terrorism. Okay, either you talk this or you talk about ethno-nationalist terrorism. So here you see the demand is either of secession or they are asserting their identities. Here you can talk example. If we give example, NSCN Khaplang, National Socialist Council of Nagaland Khaplang, Changlang encounter, 2024. Then in Assam, if we talk, which say ULFA, United Liberation Front of Assam, they planted more than 24 bombs across Assam. And then here in Manipur, I can talk about Kuki National Organization. That is KNO. Okay. They targeted Indian Reserve Battalion in 2024. So here I could talk about Indian Reserve Battalion 2024. You see, you cannot be able to give all the examples, but if you are a fast writer, you can end up having more examples as much as possible. Next, what we can talk about here is, I can say urban terrorism. Urban terrorism. In urban terrorism, what is happening? Individuals, radicalized individuals are acting as lone wolf attacks. They are undertaking lone wolf attacks. So here I can give example of Rameshwaram Cafe Blast, Bengaluru, 2024. Bengaluru. Okay. Next I can talk about here is cyber terrorism. That is usage of cyberspace to radicalize as well as recruit civilians. So here you see pro-Khalistani groups running misinformation campaign. Okay. Or here you can further talk about DDoS attacks undertaken by individuals during Operation Sindoor. Okay. Denial. Okay. So once we have talked about cyber terrorism, all different manifestations. So more and more you talk, more marks you get. Next, now it talks about Coming to the third demand, what are the countermeasures adopted by the state? So if we talk about countermeasures, first let us talk about the legislative measures. In legislative measures, we know Unlawful Activities Prevention Act 1967, it has been amended in 2019, and thus individuals too can be designated as terrorists now. So this I could write. Second, I can talk about National Investigation Act 2008, creation of National Investigation Agency, the apex body against terrorism. Okay, legislative measures. Third, I can talk about Explosive Act. I can talk about Arms Act. Okay. Once I have talked about this, then we talk about security measures. In security measures, I can talk about 5-layered comprehensive integrated border management system. Okay. Second, I can talk about various operations that have been undertaken. That is in Jammu Kashmir, Operation All Out. And in Naxal infected areas, okay, CRPF, that is Cobra has undertaken, that is Operation October, okay, Operation Kagar. Okay, third, what we can talk about here is in security related measures, deployment of drones, armored vehicles, cyber policing, okay, for surveillance, reconnaissance, okay. Once we have talked about security, then we talk about here is development. In development, you can talk about Road Requirement Plan 1 under Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. That is construction of roads in the left-wing extremism areas, okay. Here you can give data close to 5204 kilometers of roads have been developed in developmental aspects. Okay. Then you can talk about installation of mobile towers. Okay, development. These are some of the major developments. Once we have done this, then we talk about next is rights and entitlements. Here you needed to talk about two major legislations, that is efficient implementation of Forest Rights Act 2006 and PESA 2016. Okay. Sorry, PESA, it is 1996. So now you see here what is happening. The tribal people are being given, the legislation undo the historical injustice by giving them rights, okay, individual entitlement rights over land up to 4 hectares of land. And we know PESA is strengthening of Gram Sabhas, that any developmental project must go through the Gram Sabhas and their views must be undertaken. Okay. Once we have talked about rights and entitlements, then I can talk about governance. In governance, you can talk about first Jan Dhan Aadhar Trinity. That is to reduction of corruption, that is usage of DBT in Manrega, creation of Eklavya residential schools. Okay. Next you can further talk about here is intelligence. In intelligence, you can talk about 3 things, that is multi-agency center, MAC, real-time intelligence sharing 24/7. Then there is another is NatGrid, that integrated database for all the security agencies. Okay. And then creation of centers of National Security Guard, NSGs, in the major urban centers. Okay. And finally, you can talk about how they have also ensured perception management of the people. That is confidence building measures and perception management by undertaking various cultural tours, okay, involvement of NGOs, civil society organizations, revival of Gram Sabhas in those districts which or areas where they were not in action. So once I have talked about all these aspects, countermeasures in brief, you see there are ample. You could not write all of them just because it is a 10-marker question. So here you were not supposed to explain any of them. Rather, you were only supposed to write the key terms. Okay. The more and more key terms you have written, you are forcing the examiner to give you more marks. Okay. And finally, you could have concluded that to end terrorism in its all form, government needs to adopt a multi-pronged approach with greater adoption of technologies, confidence building measures at the grassroots level, international diplomacy, okay, as well as strengthening of the defense, okay, Central Reserve Police Forces, okay. So with this, we end up the first question. The government of India recently stated that left-wing extremism will be eliminated by 2026. Okay. So what do you understand by LWE? Very basic question. And how are the people affected by it? What measures have been taken by the government to eliminate LWE? Again, this is a very easy question. First, we are supposed to define left-wing extremism, also referred as Naxalite, Maoist insurgency. It is based on the doctrine of Mao Zedong or ideology of Mao Zedong. It's better to write the ideology of Mao Zedong. Okay? So, the Maoist insurgency glorifies, first it glorifies violence. Okay? As a tool to champion the rights of the poor people by destabilizing or overthrowing the government, okay, overthrowing the government and destabilizing the existing socio-economic and political structures. Second, it is based on people's protracted war. People's protracted war. That is, the fight should be on the military lines. Okay, once we have defined this, it is a 10-marker question. We quickly say that the Naxalism began from Naxalbari village, Darjeeling, West Bengal, 1967. And soon it spread in the Red Corridor, that is from Pashupatinath in Nepal. The aim of them is to spread, that is Pashupatinath in Nepal to Tirupati in the south. This is how the Red Corridor aims to expand itself. So once we have explained this, then let us come back to this statement. Why government is saying that they will eliminate it by 2026? The government, as per the data of Ministry of Home Affairs, if you see, and if I give you data, like through a table I could have given, 2014 and 2024, that is Naxal infected districts. Okay, and districts of concern. Okay, if you see, it has declined sharply from 126 to close to 38, and which is further declining if you see the recent data. And districts of concern has declined from 9 to 6. Okay, and if I can give another data, that since 2013, the violent incidents against the civilians have declined by 80%. So now if we see that how they have been restricted, if I say this is from Red Corridor, you could have used this word, Red Corridor to red pockets. Now they are only limited to certain pockets. And you could further say ki how some of the bastions of Naxalism, that is Abujamar and Chandrapur forest in Bihar, all have been taken down in recent times by the Cobra through its various operations such as Operation October, Operation Kagar. Recently one of the famous Naxalite was killed, Vasavaraj, under Operation Kagar. Once in the beginning, you could not write everything if written very well. Then we talk about affected, how people are affected. You should have met the demand of this question, how eliminated, by giving the data. First, we can talk about loss of lives and insecurity. That is, Naxalites often target civilians, security personnel, and government officials. You can write Dantewara, conflict 2024, more than 24 people were killed. Gadchiroli, 2019, close to 19 people died. Now, second, what we will call about is displacement and distress migration. Because of frequent violence, especially in the Bastar, Dantewada, and Sukma, these three districts, numerous people have migrated, especially between 2005 to 2010, when Salwa Zudum was at its peak. So they migrated either to Andhra Pradesh or to Odisha. Next, if we see what are the major concerns for here, next is loss of livelihoods. Naxalists often, what they do, they restrict the movement of tribals in the collection of non-timber forest produce. So if you give example of Latehar, Palamu, that is in Jharkhand, because of the extortion and levy by Naxalites, they have been often restricted in collection of tendu leaves, which is the lifeline of tribals, tendu leaves, and other non-timber forest produce such as mahua, jamun, imli. Next, what we can talk about here is poor health and education parameters. Here you see why they target these institutions. They believe that if government succeeds in establishing education, that is primary schools, in these areas, they will brainwash the young children. And thus they frequently undertake blasting of schools. And they restrict the movement of Anganwadi workers as well as auxiliary nursing midwives. So if you see, the immunization rate within these districts are very poor. If you see a data of Dantewada, 42% of the children under the age of 5 are underweight. And finally, if you talk about here is psychological trauma. Psychological trauma. Here what they do, the children that witnesses violence have to go long-term traumatic experiences, as well as women are often subjected to sexual violence. And if you see the earlier years, there were numerous massacres which have left an indelible mark on the local people. So once I have talked about on these parameters, you could have talked more and more is there. If I pick up economic, here you see, they do not allow construction of roads. Then you see, mechanization of agriculture is still not happening. The agricultural practices are still primitive. That is, jhum cultivation is prevalent in these areas. Then you see, electricity has yet not arrived in numerous villages because they will uproot the electrical towers. So once I have completed this, now come to what measures have been taken by the government to eliminate. So here you see, if you go this question, if you want to understand left-wing extremism, Go and see the left-wing extremism LWE division, Ministry of Home Affairs. Go and read this page. That page will give you the understanding how to solve this question or the whole story. Okay? So let us see measures. You see, the measures here has to be broken down under pillars. That is, first, always talk about security. Once you have talked about security, then you talk about development. Once you have talked about development, then you talk about rights and entitlements. Once you have talked about rights and entitlements, then you talk about governance. Okay, and then we'll see more and more. So here you see, security, first we will simply that this must be written in your copy, Samadhan Prahar strategy. Where it is talking about some smart leadership. Okay, that is those leaders which have proved themselves in the field should be given the responsibility. That is aggressive strategy. That is, the strategy should be offensive rather than defensive, especially in eradicating the great bastions of Naxalism. That is motivation and training, especially since various setbacks, the morals of these defense forces or central armed police forces can deteriorate. As a result, they need to have proper training. That is actionable intelligence. The intelligence must be foolproof based on various methodologies. Then here we can talk about H is harnessing technology, that is drones. Okay, usage of drones, usage of armored vehicles, usage of night goggle visions. Okay, once you have talked about security, then here we can further talk about scheme for fortified police stations. Scheme for fortified police stations. Under this, more than 400 police stations have been fortified. Earlier, you see what they used to do. They will attack the police station and they will loot away all the arms and ammunitions, and thus they could augment their power, firepower. But since the fortification, now the attacks by the Naxals on police stations have deteriorated to a very great extent. Then next, here you can talk about modernization of police forces. A scheme for assistance under modernization of police forces. Here if you see, what government is doing, government is providing assistance in order to ensure greater adoption of cyber policing equipments, greater adoption of armored vehicles, greater adoption of IED, improvised explosive devices experts. So these all are being done under this. And finally, here you could have further talked about counter-insurgency teams or counter-insurgency forces. Like you see, Andhra Pradesh has raised Greyhounds, Madhya Pradesh has raised Hawk Force, Chhattisgarh has raised Bastariya Battalion, Black Panther. Now, once we talk about development, in development, you see, first measure is Road Requirement Plan 1 under Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. Here, 5,204 kilometers of roads have been created. Next is creation of mobile towers. Under the scheme Universal Service Obligation Fund. Here close to 7,777 mobile towers have been created. Next, if you talk about development under District Aspirational Program. Aspirational District Program. That is various ministries have converged to ensure better delivery of services. Next, here you can talk rights and entitlements. That is better claims, efficient claims under Forest Rights Act 2006 and greater participation of Gram Sabhas. Especially in the developmental projects under PESA 1996. If you talk about governance, same, Jan Dhan Aadhar, Jandhan Aadhar for eradicating corruption. Then Eklavya model residential schools. Eklavya model residential schools. And greater participation, okay, by the administration at the grassroots level. Next, here you should one case study which you could have written. Okay, let us see that case study. It is a very famous case study from the Chhattisgarh. That is surrender under the pillar, surrender and rehabilitation. Here you see case study Niyad Nelanar scheme. Niyad Nelanar scheme. Here what government is doing? Government is promoting the local panchayats to influence and persuade the tribals to give up arms, that is to surrender. Those panchayats that will succeed in persuading the tribals will be given 1 crore award. So here you see 2 panchayats, that is Kerala Penda and Beda Setti. Okay, that is Bade Setti. These 2 panchayats have been declared Naxal free. And finally, here you can talk about is last one important pillar is perception management and confidence building. And confidence building. Here is involvement of NGOs, okay, in increasing awareness about government schemes, revival of traditional Gram Sabhas, okay, they promote cultural sports, okay, and cultural functions in order to imbibe brotherhood and a feeling of oneness among the locals, okay, so that they are a part of the government. The basic problem with the Naxal-infected districts is that the Naxalites, to a very great extent, have succeeded in brainwashing. Okay, so now you see youths, once they see they get radicalized and they do not understand the grassroots or the deep-rooted, okay, essence of Naxalism. That is, they glorify violence. But we have understood it is not violence, rather development is the antidote of all the problems. So in the conclusion, you could write that in order to efficiently eradicate or eliminate Naxalism by 2026, development as the antidote should be promoted with greater focus on trust building measures through participation of NGOs and increasing awareness among the local masses. Okay. The next question says, what are the major challenges to internal security and peace process in the northeastern states? Map the various peace accords and agreements initiated by the government in the past decade. You see, this question mapping has been explicitly covered in the foundational class of Forum. Okay. So now we already predicted that this is a possible and a very beautiful question that the UPSC can frame, since the government of India has taken more than 100 peace accords and agreements. Sorry, more than 10. Okay? More than 10 peace accords and agreements. So here if you see, first how to begin the question. The northeastern states, you write. We can see the northeastern states have always been fragile due to inter-ethnic conflicts, okay, international boundary, porous border with Myanmar, illegal migration, and poor governance. Government of India has taken more than 10 peace accords and agreements. However, the peace and the security remains fragile. So now, once we have talked about this, let us talk about the first challenges. If you see the challenges, sorry, the first will be multiplicity of actors and fractured demands. And fractured demands. Here you see, if I now I can first I can say secessionist tendencies coming from National Socialist Council of Nagaland. Here I can talk about secessionist tendencies. It is coming from NSCN Khaplang faction. Okay, there is another faction called Isak Moiva. Okay, then I can talk about greater state of demand for separate state because of here Bodoland. Next we can talk about is internal rehabilitation. It is coming from Brurians. Okay, and also more autonomy, that is Dimasa and Karbi Anglong Autonomous Council. So I can draw a diagram, this, and I can show first major challenge, multiplicity of actors. There are more than 100 tribes, and thus there is, okay. Next we can talk about is inter-ethnic conflicts. You see, the inter-ethnic conflicts mostly arises because of the cultural subordination. Cultural subordination of the minor groups, or I can talk about minority groups, by the majority sections. Here you can talk about Kuki Maiti issue. Here you can talk about Bodos versus Assamese. You can talk about Garo versus Khasis. Okay, you can talk about indigenous tribes of Arunachal and Chakma Hajongs. Okay, so if we see, these are the major challenges faced by the government. Okay, next if we see unresolved boundary disputes. We all know that the states like Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura, Arunachal, they all have been carved out of Assam Kingdom, Assam province. So presently we see Assam has boundary dispute with Meghalaya, it has with Mizoram, and thus numerous frequent local clashes emerges. Okay. Next if we see fourth, or let me erase this. The fourth major challenge here, if you see, porous border and illegal migration. You see, the illegal migration got further impetus after the 1971 Bangladesh Liberation War. And thus what has happened, the illegal migration, especially in Tripura and Assam from the Bangladesh, has threatened the local demography. As a result, numerous classes emerges in these regions. Okay, presently, if you are witnessing the news, there is a demolition drive undertaken by the government of Assam, where the illegal migrants have settled down illegally on the government lands, especially in the protected forest regions. Okay, next, if we talk about fifth, here is narco terrorism. We know here there is golden triangle, and thus what happens? The narco terrorists, they ensure supply of drugs, especially the capital Moreh, and the region here is Champai region of Mizoram. These two are the hub spots through which drugs are smuggled within India. And as a result, what we have seen, the incidences of drug abuse among the youths as well as the incidences of AIDS have risen. Okay. Next, what we can talk about here is sixth, the ideological and arms support. Here you see, the NSCN Khaplang finds their safe havens in Myanmar. Okay, then you see, the Chinese have given ideological and armed supports to the NSCN Khaplang section. They have always supported the insurgent group of National Socialist Council of Nagaland. Even the ULFA, United Liberation Front of Assam, finds their safe havens in Bangladesh. Then next is National Liberation Front of Tripura. Okay. Once we have talked about this here, next we'll talk about is seventh point, poor governance. That is lack of service delivery at the grassroots level. Then poor connectivity between regions. As a result, economic progress has not happened in the regions. Okay. And finally, eighth we can talk about is youth and unemployment. The agriculture is still primitive, and lack of manufacturing industries pushes the youths towards these insurgent groups because they could not find meaningful employment opportunities in the northeastern regions. So once we have discussed what are the 8 major challenges that the government is facing so as to bring peace and stability in the northeastern region, so let us see now map the various peace accords. So we will see all the peace accords slowly and gradually. So first we begin with here, Nagaland. So the first peace agreement here is Naga Peace Accord. This has been signed between Government of India and nationalist Naga political groups, a conglomerate of 7 Naga groups. So here you see, the idea is to have shared sovereignty. Okay? Shared sovereignty. This means that the Government of India and the Naga groups will share administrative and legislative powers. Once we see next, then what we see the most important here will be the Bodo Peace Accord. Okay? Or we can, if we see map and if I'm going with time, then I will talk about second is Bru Riang Quadrilaterate Peace Agreement. This is 2020. 6959 Bru families have been rehabilitated from Mizoram to Tripura. Okay, they have been given a plot of land for the construction of houses. They have been given free ration for the period of 2 years. they have been given, okay, stipend of rupees 5,000 for 2 years. Okay. Next we see is the Bodo Peace Accord. Here you see these are the areas. This is Kokrajhar, Baksa, Udalgiri. These are the districts which are dominated by Bodos. So here what happened? The Bodo Territorial District has been renamed as Bodoland, Bodo Territorial Region. A development package of 1,500 crore package. Then Bodo as an official associate language. And then Bodo Kachhari Welfare Council have been established. Here you see why these Bodos emerged. Now you see once the illegal migration from Bangladesh came here in Assam, the Assamese protested and demanded that all the illegal migrants must be deported back to Bangladesh. So now the fear in the minds of Bodos emerged that if tomorrow the Assamese itself could threaten their survivability, as a result, in counter, Bodos emerged as an insurgent group. However, government has signed this agreement. This is the third peace agreement with Bodos. Okay, Bodo Peace Agreement 2020. So once we have seen, now we see next. You see there are two hill districts here in Assam. One is Karbi Anglong Peace Agreement. So now the issue with Karbi Anglong is that this is a hilly region and the culture of plains of Assam and the hilly region of Karbi Anglong are very different. And they allege that the government of Assam has done stepmotherly treatment with Karbi Anglong and thus the rise of the insurgent group. So here what happened? 5 militant organizations let down their arm. Okay. Then you see Greater Autonomy for Karbi Anglong Welfare Council. Okay, Autonomous Council established under Schedule 6. And finally, we see a development package of rupees 1,000 crore for generation of livelihood and promotion of. Okay. Next, we see here, fifth, Assam Meghalaya Boundary Agreement. Here, under the Ministry of Home Affairs, 6 out of the 12 locations have been resolved. That is close to 70% of the disputes between Assam and Meghalaya has been resolved. Next, we see is 6th, Assam Arunachal Boundary Agreement. This is 2022. This is also 2022. Here, Namsai Declaration took place. Namsai Declaration. And under Namsai Declaration, all 123 villages which were disputed have been resolved by the government of India. Next, we see here is Dima National Liberation Army Peace Agreement. DNLA Peace Agreement 2023. We know Dimasa. This is Dimasa National Liberation Army. This is a tripartite agreement between the government of Assam, representatives of the Dimasa National Liberation Army and government of India. Okay. So basically what the provisions are, they have abjured violence and they have demanded that a Dimasa Welfare Council needs to be created. Dimasa Welfare Council, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we have more or less we have seen 7. Now let us see what is. Okay. Next agreement that they will sign here is with the ULFA, United 8th, United Liberation Front of Assam Peace Agreement. Here also they have demanded, they have given a violence, okay? And mostly it is the Pansay faction, led faction, that have abjured violence, okay? And they have agreed that they will begin involvement in the mainstream politics. And finally, I can talk about the 9th. 9th is NLFT, National Liberation Front of Tripura Peace Agreement 2024. Okay, here you see, under this National Liberation Front of Tripura and all Tripura Tiger Force, NLFT, representatives of NLFT and all Tripura Tiger Force, they both participated. A development package of 250 crore has been given, and they have agreed that they will abjure violence and they will participate in the mainstream politics. So now if you would have written all these 9, now you see examiner is forced to give you marks. Now examiner cannot cut marks. I have already given 8 challenges along with diagrams. Again diagram, and I have talked along with the provisions, talking about separatist groups. So this depicts that a holistic coverage of the demand of the question. And ultimately, you see, conclusion you should have written here is that the solution lies in the middle path, that the government of India and various insurgent groups needs to find a middle path along with development of industries so that the youths, aspirational youths, have meaningful employment opportunities so that they do not find a path, a radicalized path towards insurgent groups. Collaboration with neighboring countries such as Bangladesh, Myanmar, okay, Bhutan, in order to resolve or in order to remove the safe havens for insurgent groups, plus ultimately the trust and confidence building measures among various ethnic tribes, so that ultimately a long lasting peace and stability exist in the northeastern regions. Okay, so let's move to question number 4. Moving to the final question of internal security. Why is maritime security vital to protect India's sea trade? So first question is asking why. The second question says discuss maritime and security challenges. And the third question says that is way forward. This means they're asking solutions. Okay. Or in this we need to talk about how better we can implement the government measures. Okay. So let us first see what is maritime security. Maritime security refers to protection of maritime assets, maritime and coastal assets such as metro cities, ports, airports, offshore infrastructures, and maritime command infrastructures. So basically, I have talked about what exactly here are we talking about maritime security. It means to protect the complete coastal inhabitants, people, infrastructure, as well as India's infrastructure in the internal waters, as well as the contiguous waters, as well as protection of our interest even in the exclusive economic zones. Okay. So once we have talked about all this, let us see it is saying what exactly to protect India's sea trade. Why we are seeing, why maritime strategy is needed. First, if you see, the most important is trade dependence on sea route. India's trade dependence is on sea route. That is 95% of the volume and close to 65 to 70% by value of the trade happens through sea routes. So now do you see, in the case of war or rising piracy, if India fails to protect its own economic interest, you see, the economics of the India may derail. Then second we will talk about here is energy security. We know India imports close to 80 to 85% of the oil and natural gas. And if you see, close to 40% of the oil passes from this Strait of Hormuz choke point. Strait of Hormuz. That is close to 40% of India's oil passes through this. Next we can talk about here is critical information infrastructure. Here you see, in the digital age, protecting digital information is very necessary, and thus protection of undersea cables. Fiber cables are very important for a nation because vast amount of data is flowing from such cables. Then we talk about protection of blue economy. Protection of blue economy. Here it means protection of ports. Okay. Then we know in illegal, unregulated and unreported fishing. Next we can talk about protection from disasters, because we know disaster itself can become an internal security. So protection from disasters such as tropical cyclones. Okay, but before that you should have added here one point is maritime terrorism. Okay, we know the Mumbai blast, 28/11 attack, 2011, 2008. Okay, so maritime terrorism, to protect India's vital infrastructure from infiltration from the maritime boundaries, it is very necessary that we safeguard all our resources. Then we know India, the narco-terrorism, that is Golden Triangle and Golden Crescent, they also deploy maritime routes to infiltrate drugs within the country, especially in the metropolitan towns such as you see Mumbai, Chennai, Visakhapatnam, Kolkata, and thus to stop narco-terrorism, it is very necessary for us to safeguard our sea waters. And finally, if you see at the end, what we can talk about here is organized crime. How to stop organized crimes. We know what the organized cartels they do. You see issues of arms smuggling, cattle smuggling, contraband items, human trafficking. All of these are possible given India's long 11,098 kilometers of coastal territory. Okay, so this is why it is very important for us to safeguard the coastal infrastructure by maritime security. Once we have done this, let us talk about the challenges. If we see the challenges, you see challenges here are multi-prone. Okay, and this multi-prone challenges could be broken down. First, let us see the traditional challenge. If we talk about the traditional challenge, we know here state competition, and naval conflicts. We have undergone naval conflicts with Pakistan. Okay, state conflicts, expansionist policy of China. Here what they are doing, here you could have talked about string of pearls. And if possible, you should have drawn a diagram. Like here you see. What they have done here, Djibouti, Gwadar, Hambantota, Sitwe, Ryukyu, okay. These are, and here is Cambodia. It is trying to create a string of pearls. And next we can talk about surveillance ships of China docking in Maldives. They have already taken Hambantota port on 100 years lead from Sri Lanka. Once we have talked about this, let us talk about non-traditional threats. What are the non-traditional challenges? First, we know here under non-traditional challenge, first we should talk about is maritime terrorism. Okay? In maritime terrorism, here you see the infiltration of terrorists through maritime routes which are generally unguarded because of the large coastline length. Second, we can talk about is rising incidences of piracy. And if you see International Maritime Organization, what they have done, the piracy line, they have moved the piracy line from 65-degree longitude to 78-degree longitude east. Okay. As a result, what has happened? Now they have said that the piracy zone of the Indian Ocean has been moved closer to the India's coastal waters. As a result, more and more piracy are being observed here. One example could be INS Kolkata intercepting pirate ship MV Rune. Okay, so once we have talked about this, third what we will talk about here is organized crimes. Organized crimes. Here if we talk about organized crimes, that is drug smuggling. Okay, then next what we can talk about here is contraband items from China, coming of contraband items. Then we can talk about arms and ammunition smuggling from Pakistan. Then here human trafficking from the northeastern region and Bengal. Okay. Next what we can talk about here is fourth, one of the other major challenges here is influx of illegal migration. Illegal migrants. That is Rohingyas and illegal migrants from Bangladesh. As a result, what happens? They threatened the local demography and further pushes pressure or applies pressure on the limited local resources. Here, next you can also talk about here is rising cyber threats, especially like you see coastal infrastructure such as Karwar Naval Base. We can talk about refineries, Jamnagar Refinery, JNPT Port, Kundankulam Nuclear Power Plant. Okay. And one you can talk about here, important here is institutional fragmentation. Institutional fragmentation. Here you see the various security agencies such as Indian Navy, Indian Coastal Guard, State Police, and Customs. All four work in silos and there is no synergy between them. And even the sharing of intelligence information between these institutions are yet not up to the mark. As a result, because of these fragmented policing, there are various critical gaps which are exploited by the crime syndicates, terrorist outfits, okay, as well as these illegal migrants. So once we have talked about these challenges, now let us see the way forward. First way forward is legislative measures. Here I can talk about strict implementation Anti-Piracy Act 2022. Here you see what they do. They have defined piracy. Piracy has been made an extraditable offense as well as the piracy, events of piracy have been stretched up to the exclusive economic zones. Next, we talk about second is security and operational solutions. Okay. Under this, what we need to do is integrated coastal radar surveillance zone. Okay. India needs to upgrade integrated coastal radar surveillance. That is, it is a fusion of sensors and radars. So India further need to upgrade it with the latest technology and need to expand its coverage. Expand its coverage even to the creeks so that no even smaller areas are left back. Then we talk about Information Management Analysis Center. Okay, or Indian Fusion Center. Here what it does, it fuses the information from both merchant ships, okay, as well as military ships at a center on a real-time basis so that to increase the maritime awareness among the ocean. So what we need to do, we further need to bring more countries, okay, and more areas so that there is greater integration, and we have to ensure that the advancements or deployment of AI, artificial intelligence, in better generation of maritime awareness in the region. Okay. Third, what we can talk about here is development. Third, development. In development, we can talk about is how government could promote Sagarmala scheme. Through that is port-led development, and connectivity. Port-led development and connectivity. Okay, here what the main aim is to ensure that the employment generation for the youths are meaningful and they themselves participate with the policing forces and they become eyes and ears of the people. Then you see next what we can, greater joint naval exercises among the neighboring countries such as Sri Lanka, exercise Milan, Malabar, so as to strengthen the capacity of the naval forces and to make them ready on a real-time basis. Okay. Next, what we talk about is modernization of Indian Navy. Modernization of Indian Navy and Indian Coastal Guard by augmenting their resources. That is coastal patrol guards, okay, coastal patrolling guards, patrolling ships, okay, usage of drones for surveillance, okay. And next, further what we can talk about, strengthening the capacity of neighborings. Strengthening the capacity of neighbors under Project Sagar, that is Dornier to Maldives, Operation Vanilla for Madagascar, and all this such humanitarian and disaster assistance relief for the neighboring countries. So in the conclusion, you could have written that the geopolitics of the Indian Ocean is taking a turn, and thus India needs to be adequately prepared to handle all the rising maritime threats in order to safeguard by greater collaboration with the East African communities, Australia, Indonesia, as well as strengthening the capability of the Indian Navy and Indian Coast Guard. So with this, I wind up the discussion for internal security. If you would have observed, you see, all the questions here, among all the 4 questions, Naxalism, terrorism, and maritime security, all 3 are generalistic questions. Even the insurgency question is specific, but there was only one specific question, that is they asked you to map the peace agreements. So this was a very specific question. Rest all could have been handled easily if your basics concepts were very strong. No current affairs questions. They have not asked any specific current affairs based question, unlike the previous years. So I would say more or less internal security could have been managed just by your notes of your foundational class or your basic understanding of the topics. Okay. Thank you all.
Hello and welcome students. Now let us discuss the science and tech portion in your GS3 paper this year. The questions were a bit factual but more towards the conventional themes that have been asked. Alright, so let's see the first question in that context. The first question was about the ITER nuclear fusion project that we have. Let's read the question first and then I'll give you the context also. As is the pattern of UPSC questions, what has been given to us is a thesis statement. First, before the question begins, they are giving us the context of the question. And why this context is important is that it would add value to your answer if you're able to validate that in your introduction. So I'll talk about that also. So the thesis statement, the context is that the fusion energy program in India, the Indian fusion energy program, has steadily evolved over the past few decades. That in the past 20, 30, 40 years, we are seeing that our nuclear program has grown. And the way that it has grown is that it is a steady evolution. So that is something that we need to validate in the introduction of our answer. Now let's look at the demand of the question. The first part of this question is, mention India's contribution to the International Fusion Energy Project, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. So we're all aware of the ITER reactor. And what was it that the country of India has contributed to it, whether in terms of components, whether in terms of technology, whether in terms of manpower. That is what has been asked. And the question directive is to mention. Mention means that you have to give a list of all of this. All right. So this has to do with the India specific part of the ITER. The second part of this question is, what will be the implications of the success of this project? That when this project is completed, when this project is ultimately successful, what are the positive implications that we can expect of it? And the context of this part of the demand is that what will be the implications for the future of global energy as a whole? That we're not just talking about the country of India, now we're talking about the global ramifications. All right. So these are the things that we must be careful of. It's a 10-mark question for 150 marks, which means that we have to deliver all of this content within the 2 pages that are given to us. Now, the question has been asked because our Prime Minister went on a visit to the thermonuclear reactor back in February 2025. So yes, it was covered in the news during that period. And of course, other meetings also took place. And with Francis Macron also. So President Macron was also there. And that's why it was in the news. It links back to the necessity of us reading our newspapers and keeping a tab on current affairs. Of course, nuclear fusion is something that we do tend to prepare in the static portion. But the trend is that UPSC is increasingly asking for factual information about the ongoing events. So how do you introduce this question? I'm giving you 2 or 3 options. In the first question, I will talk about the language also, about how to deliver this content in the exam. So in the first part, let's talk about how it has to be articulated. For the first type of introduction, what you could do is you could describe nuclear fusion. So you could give a definition of nuclear fusion, you could describe what the process is, but it would be one of the basic introductions that we're giving. So you can say that yes, nuclear fusion is often called the holy grail of energy. You can say that yes, this thermonuclear experiment is humanity's effort to replicate the mechanism of energy generation as it happens in the sun. All right, and replicating that same process on the earth. Of course, you can give the process of nuclear fusion also. The 2 nuclei are going to come together and make a heavier nuclei, and the mass difference is what contributes to the energy generation. Then you could also describe the ITER experiment, and this would be a better introduction than us explaining just fusion, right? Because it becomes more contextual to the question. So here I would say that the ITER is the world's largest experimental fusion project. It is aimed at demonstrating the viability of fusion energy as a clean, abundant, and sustainable power source. That yes, it is the world's largest experimental reactor for fusion energy generation. You can give me the location, you can give me the countries involved, all those things you should write here. Then the sort of introduction which would be closest to the thesis statement is validation of the question's thesis. Here I would say that the Indian participation in ITER since 2005. So to write good answers, one of the things that we must do is we must include details that in 2005 India has started participating, and because of that I can show decades long contribution. I can show a sort of evolution that we have been working in the project for a very long time. Then it reflects her growing expertise in advanced nuclear technologies and her commitment to global clean energy solutions. So our association with the ITER since 2005 tells us that not only is our capability, our ability is growing, but also that we've been committed to this project since all of this time, since the 20 years that it has been. All right. So this would be a thesis statement based introduction. If you were writing the introductions of definitions in which you had defined nuclear energy, or you would have defined described the ITER project itself, there we would want more context about what are the sort of things that India has contributed to. So you could say that in India, the Indian evolution of fusion energy has been that we have the Institute for Plasma Research under the Department of Energy. We also have 2 operational tokamaks, which is something that I'm sure you would all have prepared during your prelims stage at this year. So we've got 2 operational tokamaks, and which means that India is a credible partner in ITER, which means that in the thermonuclear experimental reactor, it is not just that we are a namesake contributor. We are a significant and meaningful contributor to the project, because we have international fusion research mein we are giving that sort of contribution there. We have our own operational tokamaks, we have our own research centers. All right. So through this we can sort of validate that India's evolution has been established, all right, in the nuclear energy scene. Now, what is going to be the demand of the answer? So India's major contributions to ITER, I intend for this to be notes also, which is why it is written in detail. But you have to see that these will be the most specific data points, and eventually we will see how we can write softer data points also. So India has designed and manufactured the world's larger cryostat, which serves as the outer shell of the ITER reactor. So what is happening is that we have the fusion reactor, and naturally it is going to have very high temperatures. What Indian companies, and it is Larsen and Toubro, L&T, who has manufactured this, we have a huge shell on the outside of this thermonuclear experimental reactor, ITER, and it is a vacuum sealed type of enclosure, so that we are able to have insulation for that heat. So what we've done is, it is the world's largest cryostat. It's around 30 meters tall and wide, so it's very large, and it has superconducting magnets. It has ultra cold environment, so that the superconducting magnets can be held in there. Right, so that has to do with what? This is a display of India's manufacturing capabilities, precision scientific manufacturing capabilities. So this is something that we have contributed in terms of the actual hardware that is employed there. Another thing that we've done is that India is responsible for 4 kilometers of cryolines. So because there are going to be pipelines of coolants that are associated with the ITER, in that we are responsible for 4 kilometers of cryolines and 7 kilometers of warm lines. That it's 4 kilometers of cold pipeline, the heat exchange circuit of the cold temperature 4 kilometers, and 7 kilometers of the warm lines, along with 7 cryo distribution boxes for ITER's cryo plants. So again, because that ITER will require a lot of heat and cold handling, thermal handling, because of that, in that heat exchange system, India is responsible for the operation maintenance of this portion. All right. Then other things that India has contributed is that this is the explanation that these systems contribute helium to cool the superconducting magnets, enabling magnetic confinement for plasma stability. We are creating that plasma. It has to be very hot. It has to be then cooled. So that's why we have this liquid helium. Apart from that, India also provides for 80% of the volume between the vacuum vessels to shells, which is a lot of steel. So borated and ferritic steel is something that we've provided, which is to fill in the volume between the vacuum vessels. So because it has to be shielded, because that material has to be given, so 40% of that material is coming from our country. And this system protects the reactor structure and external environments from high energy neutrons. Now, please note that these are very specific informations that only people who would know of it, who would have mugged it up, learnt it, would be able to provide. Otherwise, students would be writing a little bit more of generalist statements. So, India has also provided other elements like the ion cyclotron radio frequency heating systems, RF heating systems, electron cyclotron heating systems, diagnostic neural beam system, multi-megawatt power supplies, and diagnostic systems, right? We also have human resource contributions, wherein 200 Indian nationals are currently working on site, and India has also sent on deployment in multiple phases professionals on 3 to 5 year assignments. So we send people and then they come back also, but we are constantly sending our manpower also. Now, this is the type of argument that will be there in everybody's answer. So if it is that you did not know this answer and you had to create one, at least this is the part that I would expect for you to be able to write. Then the Indian private sector contributions are also there. So companies like L&T, Inox, Tata Consultancy Services, Tata Consulting Engineers, all these companies are involved to give their own contributions also, and also HCL. So these companies also, if you're naming that, also valid in the content here. So this was required as the mention. Now, what are the global implications of ITER success? This is the portion that we should be able to write from our static preparation also. So what is the utility here? Number one, that it is going to be a revolutionary energy source. It is a new, it is a unique, it is a game-changing energy source. So for that, number one, the first most important thing that happens because of ITER's success is that it means that we have successful fusion energy generation. That means that we can have virtually unlimited clean power, because if we use the hydrogen isotopes for hydropower, that means that we can have almost unlimited energy, which will be a game changer for the way that the human society operates. Fusion reactions do not produce any long-term radioactive wastes, right? Because it is small nuclei joining to form heavier nuclei, which means that the molecular weight is not very high. It is within the range of normal abundant isotopes. Then greenhouse gases are not created, radioactive waste is not created, and they also have no risk of meltdown. All right. So that's why fusion reactors are safer, and that's why it will be a significant contribution in energy generation. They also have a very large output from minimal fuel input. So what happens is that the energy gain, the ratio is around 10:1, which means that 10 amount of energy is going to be created from 1 amount of fuel. So the output is significantly larger. The second thing would be that it will have a lot of contribution to climate change mitigation, wherein we say that the deployment of fusion reactors is going to reduce our global carbon emission, because again, it's a cleaner source of fuel and it is a very dense type of energy creation also. We talked about the energy gain to be 10:1. Then, unlike intermittent renewables, fusion provides continuous baseline power. So one of the problems for us to deploy renewable energy sources has been that it's difficult to deploy them. It's difficult to practically use them because they do not give us a continuous source of energy. Whereas fusion energy can be used all the time because we are not dependent on a renewable outside, right? So it's not like solar or wind that it has to be during daylight or the wind has to blow. Fusion energy can run constantly. So it can give us baseline power. Then it will also accelerate global decarbonization and achieve climate goals. Because of fusion energy, the way that we are generating energy can get transformed very quickly. And because of that, we can prevent the climate catastrophe from happening. We can have faster, swifter, more critical decarbonization in the world. So it will have implications on our mitigation for climate change as well. So these two types of arguments is something that I want you to include. Of course, within how it changes climate change mitigation, you could write one of these. How it will be a revolutionary energy source, you should be able to write one of these arguments. So that's why I say that your answer should be dimensionally variant. So among dimensions, this is the first one about revolutionary energy source. And the second aspect that you must cover in your answer is about climate change mitigation. The next type of benefit that is going to come from it is energy security and geopolitical stability. What that means is that because of nuclear fusion energy, there will be reduced dependency on fossil fuel imports. Currently, a lot of countries like ours have to import our fossil fuel, which creates an economic dependency on the other country. Whereas with fusion reactions, every country can power themselves if they have the technology, and that will reduce that dependency, which will create energy security for nations. And it will reduce geopolitical tensions over energy access. Not only will it have those implications on reducing dependency, but because of that, the type of conflicts that exist in international fora, that is also going to reduce. All right. So that is the geopolitical angle that I want you to add in your answer. The next could be that it will create economic transformation. Why? Because commercial fusion will create new industries altogether, new types of jobs altogether, and it will reduce the cost of energy. So it will have an economic transformation also. Then fusion technology will drive innovation in other areas. Innovation in other areas like material science, superconducting magnets, plasma physics, and advanced manufacturing. So in order to develop, maintain, and operate this nuclear fusion system, other technologies also have to develop, which will have their own economic implications. It will have its own economic benefits. Then, so that is the linkage of technological spillovers. Here I'm talking about the economic benefit of it, but in terms of science itself and technology itself, we will have improvements. Things like fusion research will advance multiple technologies with broad applications, and such spillovers would benefit other industries as well. So that utility could come in for other technologies also. All right. Now, apart from that, it will have geopolitical implications that it could create and promote global cooperation. So ITR is a demonstration that international scientific collaboration can exist, and it does. And the project validates and model future scientific collaboration. If we are able to do this project successfully, it will mean that the countries of the world can collaborate and make other projects also. So that will validate our scientific community's cooperation. It will also have future commercial prospects. ITER will provide critical data for designing commercial fusion reactors also. Right now, we are doing it as an experiment, but it will have commercial implications as well. Of course, this commercial argument could also be included in the economic growth aspect. All right. So all of these are the potential dimensions. Now, what could the conclusion be? The conclusion to this answer now has to be that, say, first we said that, okay, India's contribution to the thermonuclear reactor has been increasing. We've been growing our ability. We listed the different contributions that we've made, and then we extended that to see what are the implications overall in the global energy scenario. Now, when we have to conclude, what is the idea that we have to end with? We've told the importance, we've seen the great implication, which means now we have to reiterate our commitment. So for that, the sort of conclusions that you should be writing is, India's substantial contribution to ITER demonstrates her advanced technical capabilities and commitment to global clean energy. Meaning that our substantial contribution is now proof that we are included, we are committed to what? Our global clean energy development and our advanced technical capabilities. It is proof that India is capable. Another thing you could say is that the knowledge and expertise gained through the ITER participation will advance India's domestic fusion program and promote and position the country as a world leader. This type of conclusion is saying that once I have established that yes, the project is going to have benefits for the entire world, that benefit is also going to have specific advantage for my country. India also is going to benefit from it. Why? Because India will be able to advance her own domestic fusion program and set up our position as a world leader. All right. So politically, that will be useful for us. Let's talk about the next question now. This question reads, how can India achieve energy independence through clean technology by 2047? So they're giving us that how will we be able to do it? So what is the method that we will be able to follow? And clearly this is a straightforward shorter question. There is no thesis context statement here. Second part of the question is, how can biotechnology play a crucial role in this endeavor? Meaning that one thing is that we want to have energy independence by 2047. To do that, how is biotechnology is going to be useful? That we have to say. Now, the specific of biotechnology is only coming up in the second part. The first part is neutral in that regard. That is what you have to pick in interpretation. Again, as a 10-mark question, we have to write all of this content within 2 pages. The introduction that I suggest for you to write is that India's vision of energy independence by 2047, which will be 100 years of India's independence, represents the transformation from energy import dependency to energy security. So when we're talking about energy independence, we'll say that in 100 years, our position as energy importers has to change into energy security. All right, so that is the mandate. This is the theoretical type of introduction. A factual introduction is also something that you could give here, which could come out to be very, very effective. That introduction could be that I'm writing here. Currently, India imports 90% of its oil, 80% of its industrial coal, and 40% of natural gas. Energy independence would insulate us from global price volatility and supply disruptions. So if you're giving me the data that, okay, India is importing so much of our energy, and if we move towards energy independence, it will insulate us from all of this export dependency. All right. Of course, as usual, whatever data you're quoting, it is helpful that you give me the the source of it. Here, I'm giving you general baseline data so that it appeals to everybody who would have different reports on it. All right. So consider these to be sample figures. Then, what is the first part of your answer here? So I gave you in detail for the first question. And for the energies, now onwards, I'll give you the answers more in terms of outline, and we'll discuss what the answer has to be. So, pathways to energy independence through clean technology. So, how can India have energy independence? For that, one thing that we must do is we can have massive renewable energy expansion. So, if what we do is that we install over 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by non-fossil electricity generation capacity by 2030, which is already our mission. So that is going to create a cleaner grid for us. Another thing could be that if we follow the national solar mission, if we follow the national wind energy program, all of those things could also contribute. So if I have expansion of renewable energy generation, that can help us have energy independence through clean technology. All right, which means that we will want this massive expansion to be exponential level growth. All right. The second thing we can say is that we may need to update our grid infrastructure and create energy storage processes. What that means is that if I want to have all of this renewable energy integration, that will require my grid to be changed, because the renewable energy is always going to be intermittent. Intermittent means that one day I have, say, 10 gigawatts, the next day I may have 5, then I may have 15, and then I may have 2. That means that the amount changes, it can start and stop. So that's why the grid stability is usually designed in the systems that we have. The grid has to have a stable amount of electricity running through it so that it doesn't get out of balance, right? Otherwise, harmonics and other problems are introduced. That means that the grid has to be changed to be able to work according to these renewables. That will also require that we have a lot of energy storage, because the maximum level, the amount of energy that is available, that varies a lot, which means that on the day that we have surplus, I would want to use the storage and save energy there and then use it afterwards. All right. So that is something that you could have written. Another thing you could write is electrification of transport. For us to change our energy dependency into energy independence, we have to stop using all of this fossil fuel to run our transport system. So if all of our vehicle sales are electric, by 2035, if we eliminate the crude oil import, if we are able to change our infrastructure, so things like charging infrastructure, battery operated vehicles, if we are able to do all that, that will also help us have energy independence. Another thing we could do is we could have green hydrogen revolution. So under the National Green Hydrogen Mission, we will deploy green hydrogen for decarbonizing steel, for fertilizer industry, chemical industry. So if you're using hydrogen for this, that is going to also be a clean type of fuel, and it will reduce our energy dependency. Then another thing we could write is that we must do an industrial decarbonization. Industrial decarbonization means that we want to electrify our industries. We want to have green hydrogen to be used in our industry as the fuel. It should be energy efficiency should be established in our industries. See, because a lot of industries, the type of boilers, the machines that they're using, they are operated by dirty fuels. So you can have furnace oil based boilers. So if you have to heat something, they use furnace oil. They use again crude oil products there. It could also be briquettes. So sometimes it is agricultural waste, that sort of thing is there, and that is burnt in the chamber to create the boiler, to create the heat in the boiler. So essentially what we are saying is that all of these technologies have to be shifted either to electrification or to cleaner fuels, and that is how we will be able to have our transition. Another way to think of this answer is that for clean technology, clean energy generation, what are the different missions that we have studied in science and tech? So we've studied about the renewable energy mission, solar mission. We have studied about the grid and battery storage mission. We are talking about the FAME scheme, about electric vehicles. Then we know green hydrogen revolution. All of these are schemes and programs that the government is running, which is why it is acceptable it is actually valid for the UPSC to ask you this question about what are the different pathways. All right. Now to move into specifics about how will biotechnology help with this. So in the ways that biotechnology can help is, number one, it can help us create hybrid energy systems, which means that we may be generating our energy through intermittent solar or wind methods, wind energy, but we can link it with biogas plants, or we can link it with biological batteries. Because of which what will happen is that intermittence can be addressed. Whenever the solar or wind energy is not available, we can have an alternate source, and that's why we can have steady power. All right. So biotechnology can help there. All right. Then here you can write about the Satat scheme, Govardhan Yojana, all those things. Then we can also have smart energy networks. Smart energy networks means that for all of the different processes, the different types of energy system that we are creating, we can have AI and IoT integration. So Internet of Things and AI can be linked together so that my biofuels energy manufacturing process, everything can be streamlined to create standard and static type of energy generation. All right. So we should have smart energy networks which are able to identify and link with these hybrid energy systems. Other than that, we can say that we can have biorefineries which can enable circular industrial ecosystems. So in the pathway to have clean energy, what I said was that if we have decarbonization of industry, if our industries are operating in a way that fossil fuel usage is reduced, because of that we can have energy independence, and biorefineries can help us have circular ecosystems. What that means is that excess renewable energy for bioprocessing or bio-based chemicals, clean technology manufacturing, all these things can happen together, and that's why there will be lesser waste and lesser waste of energy. Then you can have bio-leaching and critical material recovery. So if what we are doing is that we are able to have the way of removing the pollutants properly, and if we are able to recover the inputs that are there, biotechnology can also help us improve the output of our industries. So whatever energy we have is being utilized better, energy and inputs. Another thing that could happen is that for clean technology and biotechnology, the integration could be that we could have biofertilizers and agricultural sustainability, so that our fuels, our energy is not used there. So we can have improvements in that aspect. Now, because the design of the question is such that they've asked how can India achieve energy independence and how can biotechnology play a role. So in this endeavor, we are talking about a positive role. So we are creating a rosy, we are creating an utopian type of picture that yes, all these great wonderful things can happen. So if you want to add extra content here for extra marks, if it could so happen, you could write implicit demand here. This means that this is not something that the question is directly asking, but you can offer this content, you can add this because it can be relevant implicitly. Naturally, it should not be the bulk of your answer. It has to be a small mention right before your conclusion. And what you can write here are the challenges and solutions to the deployment of biotechnology here. One could be that it requires substantial financial investment to be created, right? So other thing could be that it will require infrastructure development on our end, which is not ready as of yet, and it will require skill development and technology transfer. That it is these aspects which are acting as a barrier for us to deploy it. Otherwise, it could be done faster and easier. Now, what are the conclusions that you can write? So, success in this endeavor will require coordinated policy implementation, massive investment mobilization, and technological cooperation. So, if you're writing these problems in the challenges, of course, you can mirror it and write what these solutions have to be. Then, you can write a conclusion for the overall answer also, which will be a little bit of a better conclusion, where I say that the convergence of clean technology and biotechnology offers India a pathway to energy security, climate leadership, and economic prosperity. That it's going to have multifaceted outcomes for India, positive outcomes, right? Another thing you could say is that, okay, a way forward type of conclusion where you could say, thus priority actions include accelerating renewable energy deployment, establishing a green hydrogen ecosystem, and creating supportive policy framework. You could also reiterate the government's steps here, right? So when we're talking about that we need to establish a green hydrogen ecosystem, of course you can mention the government's scheme here. All right, let's move on to the next question. This question says, how does nanotechnology offer significant advancements in the field of agriculture? Now, this is a question that made me very happy because I remember distinctly that this is a question that we discussed during our test series. All right. So, utility of nanotechnology in agriculture, something that we'd all prepared. Thank God it has occurred. It has been asked for 15 marks. So, how does nanotechnology offer significant advancements in the field of agriculture? First part of the question. Second part, how can this technology help to uplift the socio-economic status of the farmers? So, two very clear parts of demand has been identified. What can nanotechnology do for agriculture and how will it create, sorry, how will it uplift the socio-economic status of the farmers? Right. So, we've been asked these two things. Now, what answer do we have to write here? See, for nanotechnology, of course, factual information should be possible and we should deliver it also. So, in the introduction, you could write that you can define nanomaterials. That nanomaterial is a type of product, it's a type of thing in which at least one dimension is less than 100 nanometers. So, it is material, it is designed to be products in which we have at least one dimension to be less than 100 nanometers. Then you could say that with global population rise, conventional agriculture faces unprecedented pressure to increase productivity while minimizing environmental impact, which means that the question was saying that nanotechnology offers advancements in the field of agriculture. So, which means that we are offering nanotechnology as a solution to a problem. Nanotechnology as a solution to agricultural problems. So, solution to. What this also means is that before you offer the solution in the introduction, you should define the problem also. So, to define the problem, what I'm saying is that global population is rising. Conventional agriculture has a lot of strain on it. To what? To increase productivity while minimizing the environmental impact. So, nanotechnology can come and solve this problem. Now, body 1, the first paragraph that we have to write is, what are the technological advancements in agriculture through nanotechnology? So for that, the first part has to be that we have nano fertilizers for enhanced nutrient efficiency. So we have developed this type of fertilizer, say nano urea, that has transformed in the way that nutrient is absorbed by the plants. That also has to do with IFCO's leadership about it. IFCO has achieved global leadership in the production of nano urea, which is why nano urea is known worldwide in India's name. So two very strong advancements in the field of nanotechnology that you must write in your answer. Then nanopesticides can also be used for targeted pest control. So if you're using nanopesticide, so it will operate at the nano scale, and those formulations enhance solubility. It will enhance the availability, dispersion, and target specific delivery when we are using this as compared to conventional pesticides. So things like nano capsules, nano gels, nano emulsions, all of these things will have slow and sustained release of the active ingredient, because of which it will be more effective, right? And because it is that sustained release, because it is that, slow and sustained release, that is why it is not necessary to reapply that fertilizer again and again, or the pesticide again and again, which reduces the environmental impact also. All right. So use these keywords, nano gel, nano capsules, that will add value to your answer. So other things that we could say is that we also have eco-friendly non-toxic pesticides. One has to do with that. My first point about the pesticides was that nano formulations are more effective. The second thing is that we can also create non-toxic pesticides through this nanotechnology. Example there is that Tamil Nadu Agricultural University was able to establish through herbal extracts. And again, there can be other examples also. This is the one that I'm giving today. Right then. Nanosensors can also be used for precision agriculture. You can have miniaturized optical, electrochemical, magnetic sensors which can monitor things like crop growth, soil quality, pathogens, moisture level. All these things can be tracked with these nano sensors, and because of that, the success, the productivity of the crop could be higher. All right. Then smart monitoring systems. So again, biosensors can be created in the entire system. So you can have nanoporous zeolites and fibers and cellulose fibers, which can be carrier systems through which other products are delivered. All right. So because of that also, we can have better productivity of our different crops. More things that we could write was that we could have smart delivery systems and gene transfer. So if you want to do, say, change of the plant genome, or maybe you want to change the seed application, germination, you want to do cross pollination. Basically for plant reproduction, you can use also nano materials. You can also have seed enhancements and plant growth. So nano priming to increase germination, application of various products, all those things can happen for seed enhancement. So things like plant growth, thick seed coats, enhancing enzyme metabolism, the tolerance to different temperatures and conditions, all those things can be clubbed under seed enhancement. Then plant disease diagnostics. So you can have nano barcodes and nano probes to see if plant disease has been transpiring. Then water purification and management systems could also be there. So magnetic nanoparticles and nanofilters to purify water. You can also have crop protection and food preservation. So things like silica nanoparticles to absorb water. All right. So we can have these parts also, which can restrict, say, oxygen going to the crop, or for water for storage. All those things can be done through nanotechnology. Again, I do not mean for you to write 11 points. But what I mean is that all of these points are available if you've written something within this that works out as a good answer to this question. Then the second part of the body has to be socio-economic benefits for the farmers. And see, the things that we are trying to achieve through those interventions is what the socio-economic benefits are. So I will say that one of the benefits is enhanced productivity and yield, reduced input costs, improved crop quality and magnetic value, value of the crop, market value. Then it will have reduced post-harvest losses and access to premium markets because the quality of crop is going to be higher. Risk mitigation and insurance could also be affected because we were talking about the disease diagnostics, right, and biosensors. So that will help here. Value addition and processing of the product. It will of course generate environment and generate employment. There will be environmental sustainability, and we will have knowledge and technology access because of it. Now, the question was that how does it help and how will it help uplift the socio-economic status of the farmers? Because it is a 15-mark question, if you run out of content and you have space left over, you may want to add another implicit demand here also. So here, if you were to write something, the addition that you can logically make is what are the Indian initiatives and their success stories. If you're aware of that, if you want to write a case study for one of these, that will also work. So if you're talking about industrial innovation, you can talk about IFCO's nano urea and nano DAP. If you want to talk about government support, you can talk about the Center for Nanoscience and Engineering. If you're talking about research and development, you can say that yes, with the University of Birmingham, IIT Delhi is undertaking a project. Now again, if you have this content, if you know something like that, then it would be a good idea to include in the answer. Otherwise, it has not been directly asked. Now, the next part of this question is, what is the conclusion? So conclusions for all this is going to be what? That these technological advancements can significantly uplift the socio-economic status of farmers. Successful implementation requires continuous research, safety assessment, and policy support for farmer education. So again, a general thing of what should be done in the future. What is the way forward? What is the policy type of view that has to be done here? So that is what you have to write in the conclusion. Now, moving to the last question in the science and tech section. This question was about the semiconductor industry. Again, something that we've covered in our tests and classes both. The question is that India aims to become a semiconductor manufacturing hub. So this is something, as the context, you have to validate that yes, the government is working towards this. So you talk about the semiconductor mission. Then, what are the challenges faced by the semiconductor industry in India? So in this industry, what are the problems in India? Then, mention the salient features of Indian semiconductor mission. Now, again, they're asking you for factual information about a particular mission, right? So it is a very direct question, but again, factual in nature in the second part. So, my introduction is, you can describe the semiconductor industry as the new oil of the 21st century because it's used in almost every device which is critical to our economies now. You could also give data that India imports semiconductor, a very large amount, say $100 billion worth of semiconductors annually, while possessing 20% of global semiconductor design workforce, which is why we have to monetize the skills, the manpower that we have. Major challenges faced by Indian semiconductor industry. Number one is, it is an extremely high capital investment requirement. A lot of money is required in the initial investment. The second thing is that not only is this volume, the quantity of investment high, but it is a very risky investment because the technology is constantly changing. So because of that, people's investment risk is very high, risk perception is very high. Then we have critical infrastructure needs. Creating semiconductors, manufacturing semiconductors needs other things, like we need uninterrupted power supply. We also require ultra pure water. We require clean room environments. We require specialized transportation facilities. And all these things are difficult to come by in the country, which is why the industry faces a lot of problems. Then another thing is that in the short term, we have skilled workforce shortage. So acute times we have skilled workforce shortage. Then we have the issue of talent retention. We face a lot of brain drain, because of which a lot of our talent often leaves the country here. Then we also have a weak R&D ecosystem and technology gap. We have technology transfer challenges, complex supply chain dependencies across different countries. That's a problem. We have intense global competition. There's policy and regulatory challenges and limited private sector. The presence of private sector as a limited entity itself as a challenge. So again, across these different points, if you're writing and validating, it will be acceptable for this answer. The next part of the answer was salient features of the Indian semiconductor mission. Across these dimensions, I would want you to include something. So comprehensive mission framework. So it was launched in 2021 under Ministry of Electronics, IT and Technology. Then it has a 76,000 crore outlay. Key scheme components were that there is a semiconductor fabrication scheme in which 50% fiscal support will be given. There will be display fab scheme. There is compound semiconductor scheme. Then there is design linked incentive scheme. So again, factuals about this scheme. We have strategic focus areas in which technology transfer and global partnership is important, skill development is important, complete ecosystem development is required, and trusted electronics must be there. Implementation strategy mein we are giving performance based incentives. We have nodal agency role of the scheme, and then long term strategic planning is also required. You could also write that yes, we have made recent progress also, and this is the place where you can add value, draw a map perhaps. So around 10 projects have already been approved, located in Gujarat, Assam, Odisha, and others in smaller areas also. Then global response has been that Taiwan's companies, Japan's companies, Singapore's ventures, they've all shown interest in our manufacturing. The future prospect and strategic importance. Again, this is not something written directly here. India aims to become semiconductor manufacturing. What are the challenges? What are the salient features? If I really want to add content here, what I will write is about the importance of this sector now. Again, this has not been directly asked, but a part of this could be inserted in your answer to have extra marks if you are running out of content. One thing you could write is that yes, it will have economic impact because it will reduce India's import bill. It can create high value employment. It can attract foreign investment and position India as a in the global technology value chain. Another thing would be that we would get strategic autonomy. It will help us with national security, defense applications, critical infrastructure, so we can make our own semiconductors for that. In technology leadership, other technologies which will benefit from semiconductor manufacturing, you could talk about AI chips, IoT devices, 5G infrastructure, electric vehicle, semiconductors, all these things we can manufacture on our own. And the conclusion is going to be what? That it represents our determined effort to build semiconductor self-reliance and emerge as a global manufacturing hub. So this is the commitment that we're showing here. That is all for the science questions this year. What you have to realize is that yes, there is a mix of factual and conceptual knowledge that has been asked. The areas and themes are something that is worth us paying attention to. Please note that we should also see the pattern, that the themes of these questions are coming from the themes in which the prelims questions were asked. So tokamak is something that we prepare science and tech for factual information, right? Nano urea info, IFCO, everything we study for prelims. The semiconductor mission we study factually for prelims. So again, all of these factual information is helpful for science and tech. That's all from me today. I'll see you again soon. Thank you.